the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing peaches until the sunlight. Summer shoots her beam so bright. Master Hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 2, Episode 9. We might have a wild HMK joining us, and we do.
Oh,
the wild HMK got here right when we started.
My bad. It's just like it reset all my settings when I tried to get into Restream. And I was like, I got to put a new password. I had to readjust my camera settings. All right, I'm here. Sorry.
Hey, but you made it. You made
Good
it.
timing.
I'm here.
Hell
All right,
yeah.
cool.
It's like we planned it this way. Maybe. I don't know.
Fashionably late.
By the way, Gamebird, I noticed down there you were trying to curl your mustache a bit like Thunderstash.
Yeah, I'm working on the stash. I don't know. I feel threatened by it, I suppose.
All right, well, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. We obviously have a packed show for you guys today, a lot to get to. So let's get through our introductions quick here. We'll start with the man who was a few seconds late, HMK.
What's good, you guys? Thank you so much for having me. I'm HMK. I love Nintendo. I love Zelda, Smash, Kingdom Hearts, all that good jazz. And I'm really, really stupidly excited for Switch 2. I'm here to talk about with the boys, so I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Oh, yeah.
Put me in, coach. Got the Shrek shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
Excited for Shrek 5?
Yes and no. I'm excited. For the most part, I am. For the most part.
I got to see a real trailer, not
Right.
All right. Paul Gale Network.
good to be here. How's it going?
I can't get over you're wearing a Switch 2 shirt. I don't.
Did you know that there are only 14 days until the Nintendo Switch 2 Nintendo Direct?
Yeah, geez, I feel like I was reminded about that yesterday before I got to today.
We're always living one day in the future.
That's right, guys. If you don't know, there's only this episode and then next week, and then it's Switch 2 time.
Man.
Oh,
So second to last episode before we're at the Switch 2 blowout. It's gonna be crazy. Then Nintendo. I know you picked a Wednesday because of us. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Perfect opportunity.
Great. It's gonna be probably maybe our biggest podcast of all time that day. It's gonna be sick. Gamebird Classic.
What is up? The Birdman cometh, and he is ready to talk some Nintendo tonight with you all. Stoked to be here, as always.
There it is. Eric Moore. Hello. Yeah. Thunderstash Gaming.
What's up, everybody? It's been a very busy week. Busy with work, busy playing video games. There's just a lot of stuff going on social media.
And then when we get to May, it's a ghost town. Maybe. Or maybe not. All right, guys. And how you doing? I am at Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up at this point. Cover lots of Switch 2 stuff and just Nintendo in general. Let's go ahead and get to our topic roulette. Obviously, we're doing a bit of a special right now with a retrospective. So that part's not really part of the roulette stash. Is obviously doing. What are we covering this week?
The 3DS launch and the Nintendo Wii U, and this is a really fun one. You guys don't know, just for everyone, so everyone knows in chat. You guys haven't seen this, so this is all brand new to you when I present it. Only, of course, I've seen it, and just by going through and making it, I was just like, this is, yeah, it's crazy seeing some of the games. I was like, I think you guys are going to be surprised with this week's, so it should be a lot of fun.
Okay, I hope so, because I remember the launch of Wii U and 3DS not being fantastic. Steel Diver, New Super Mario Bros. U.
I think that's why this is going to be fun.
Well, let's see what happens. Maybe my memory is failing me. All right, and then let's go to for the topic roulette. You know what, Eric? Why don't you pick first out of the three other available topics?
Let's go with the FCC filing suggests something. We'll tease it at that.
He's leaving that as a Big tease.
Extra teaser.
That's a good topic too. All right, Game Bird. I'll let you have a choice instead of me.
Oh boy, I think I'm going to go with closing thoughts.
All the question and answer.
I'm kidding, but seriously, no. Let's do some game rumors and announcements for Switch 2.
Oh gosh,
Nice.
nice. I don't even know what the other topic is now. I assumed I was going to end up with that one. Hold on. Yeah. I guess we'll end with Switch 2's maybe releasing relatively soon. TM copyright exclamation point question mark. Obviously, we'll know on April 2nd. If we don't know on April 2nd, then I'm confused.
That'll be so weird. I'm like, no, we have to know like everything.
Yeah, if we don't know
Almost
on April
everything.
2nd, I will be very confused. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into our launch retrospective, Thunderstash.
All right, guys. So again, this is week 5 of the launch retrospective. And like we do every week, I am just going to take a quick stroll through for anyone who is new to the launch retrospective, okay? So again, this is the agenda here. We're talking about all of the Nintendo console launches throughout the years. We're taking a trip down memory lane, talking about kind of what we were doing at this point in our life. Were we there for it? Of course, we have some of our classic quotes that never get old. Paul, you remember watching this, I'm sure, live, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So we kind of go through here. And one thing that's been fun about going through all these games is finding all of the similarities. There are certain companies that are always there. There are certain games that are almost always there. And I think by going through this launch retrospective, this is actually going to work out pretty well, and that we're going to have a pretty good idea of what to expect for the Switch 2 launch if we go based off the history, okay? So this kind of started as more of a nostalgic trip back and lead up to the Switch 2 launch, but I think we're actually going to learn a lot from this and have a really good idea of what to expect for the Nintendo Switch 2.
Almost as if it might affect our predictions next week.
Exactly. Hopefully this page does not affect our predictions though.
Ugh, the Wii Shovelware era was so funny.
I need a
many
horses
games.
sequel. I need a horses sequel.
I'll tell you what, when I was going through the 3DS and Wii U, I still saw a lot of horse stuff. I'm like, what? How?
They thought
It's funny because that Barbie horse game specifically was was in a double pack with Skyward Sword and in certain retailers, and I'm like, what? Like,
Are you serious?
yeah,
That is crazy.
I'm gonna find the it is.
That's wild. I had no idea. That's crazy. That's got to be an unsanctioned bundle right there.
Oh, it definitely was.
We have way too many of these. Let's see what game we can attach it to.
right.
Okay, so my mistake. It wasn't the Barbie horse game. It was the Barbie puppy game, and yes, I found it.
Yeah, pretty similar.
Baby.
That's wild.
That's awesome.
Love the double packs.
I'm gonna
All
send it to Nate so you can take a look.
Yeah, we got to see that. So again, today marks the Wii U and 3DS. And we'll jump right into this. But first, we have to read this quote. Paul, would you read this quote for us from Sakurai?
Sure. The pain goes away, but your work always remains.
I really like this
Masahiro
quote.
Sakurai.
I like this because I think we all know how much time and effort and how much of his life was donated to Smash Brothers.
Oh yeah.
Like this feels very, very much like he was just speaking from the heart. Like, I'm exhausted, but I hope my work is appreciated and it lives on. which I
Yeah.
thought was pretty cool.
I'm sure we heard about all his hand problems and stuff.
All right, my friends, here we are. It is the Nintendo 3DS. Okay.
Oh boy.
I gotta say, like, first, let's kind of talk about the 3DS. Do you guys remember the lead up to the
Oh, that-
3DS in two ways? In form of rumors, and then finally like getting confirmation. Okay, I think this thing is supposed to be 3D, but without glasses. Like, how are they going to do this? And it was a wild time to, just not even as a Nintendo fan, but just as a gamer, as someone who enjoys technology, to speculate on how the heck are they going to do this, and is this legit that they're going to do stereoscopic 3D without glasses? And this was one of those things where you had to see it like firsthand, right? So,
Oh, yeah.
Paul, can you kick us off on maybe where you were at this time?
I was at E3 when I got to experience the 3DS for the first time, and I was really excited because we saw the press conference first, and it was one of those things that we knew from Nintendo. You've got to see it to believe it, and this is something that's not going to translate the best in a commercial, but once you have it in your hand, you will see it pop off the screen. And just how much pop is it? And I remember being at that E3 and then going hands-on for the first time, and amongst the first 100 or so people, like for media to go in there, and that's a pretty cool group to be in, and just really impressed. Obviously, I want Nintendo to continue always pioneering new technology, but then also push the envelope in terms of overall graphical fidelity and horsepower performance, which for the most part they have consistently done. You could say that the smallest improvement in that regard was GameCube to Wii. But here the 3DS came out, and you were seeing things like Resident Evil Revelations that in some regards was like, this is like an Xbox 360 PS3 visual in some ways on this little screen, and you've got this pop, and you had upcoming titles like Super Street Fighter 4, so third parties were going to be there. The price was a little bit high when we found out what it was going to be. I mean, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but like my initial reaction was positive. I remember talking to a couple of developers. I want to say it was, gosh, hold on a second. Not Tomonobu Itagaki, Igarashi, the Castlevania developer, Koji Igarashi. Yeah. He was in that crowd with me at E3, I guess 2011 or 2010. Dang. 3DS came out in 2011, so it must have been the 2010 E3 when this was shown off for the first time, if I'm remembering correctly. But Koji Igarashi, he was in that group with me, and I was asking him, like, what do you think of this technology? And he was excited. He was excited to work on it at the time. Now, Castlevania had a little bit of a presence on 3DS, and the 3D visuals and stuff wasn't quite what it could have been, but like it felt like a good step forward. Maybe it could have been more powerful, but maybe part of that is also when you look at what PS Vita was later, but it was still Nintendo magic. It was still that new pioneering thing that you never saw coming. The two screens that really surprised us with the DS.
Yeah.
And what were they going to do next? Well, stereoscopic 3D imagery. Who would have thunk it? And it worked. And when you put that slider up and down, it was just fun. Not everybody could work with it. Different people with glasses or a vision thing or a youth. It's not, well received for kids under 7 years old or something like that. But the developers there were positive. The fans in that group were pretty hyped on it. I don't think it had that killer app game yet, and that's something that I'm sure we'll discuss plenty because I don't want to. I'm already feel like I'm talking too much on it because we know what happened later on with the ambassador program, and when did it really hit hard? When did the 3DS really like get into the groove? And like, okay, by the time you've got Super Mario 3D Land and Ocarina and Star Fox, and okay, then it's starting to shine. But I was very positive on it with some unfair bias going towards Nintendo. Like, I'm wanting this thing to succeed, but I had a good feeling about the product early on. Yeah.
For sure. HMK, where were you?
Say that again? Because like I heard like a didn't when you were saying so.
Oh, where were you?
Oh, when the 3DS was going down?
What were your
So,
thoughts? Yeah.
I really loved the 3DS because I was really late to the party in terms of getting like the DS, right? So like when the DS launched, I still had my Game Boy Advance. I still had my Game Boy. I was just playing Pokemon all the wazoo if I wasn't, console game. But when the 3DS dropped, I wasn't going to E3 at the time and whatnot because I was still on the younger side. And then as soon as I saw what it was, I grabbed it, but right after the price drop, because like obviously like I didn't have like disposable income on my own at the point. But when I got a hold of it, like Ocarina of Time 3D, like all the games that Paul said, Ocarina of Time 3D, Star Fox 64 3D, Kid Icarus Uprising, Kingdom Hearts 3D, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. It was just an impressive piece of technology because I mean, like I was still glued to like everything in terms of like magazines and websites covering everything and anything about the system. But I'm always thinking to myself like stereoscopic. How's that work? Because I mean, at that point, everyone's watched Avatar. Right. So like, okay, 3D could look really beautiful and stereoscopic is more of like the surrounding 3D rather than the pop in your face type of 3D. It was like a more robust, sophisticated 3D. And if the 3DS offered that without the glasses, I'm like, how does that even work? How's that even possible? And then when I finally had it in my hands, I like turning out, like moving the slider up for the first time was like magical. I'm like, huh? And it was massively impactful. And like the 3DS is probably like one of my favorite, most played, not only Nintendo system, but overall system. And I have like multiple 3DSs on me. I have like one that's outfitted with a capture card. I got the 3DS XL. I got two versions of that. And like where I was, it was a very, very like odd spot because that's when I first started getting into content creation myself. And like, I think my first ever review on my channel was Kid Icarus Uprising, like Kid Icarus Uprising for the 3DS. And man, before having the capture card, recording that thing was a setup because I would have to like sit it down, get a camera, put the camera in front of the screen, just like get the screen and then have that footage and then up the saturation, up the up the sharpness, up the saturation, lower the exposure, just like to make it look like I wasn't recording off screen. But man, it was great times, and it's definitely one of the consoles that pushed me to like really get into the content creation space. So like the 3DS, very, very impactful, and I feel like it definitely started out a bit rough, but once I got into it, it was like a strong system, and to see how strong it was in its second year, like I wouldn't say like it had a super terrible launch or a super terrible first year, because that second year that's like, okay, if you mess up the second year, then that's when like, you should be worried. But
yeah,
the 3DS definitely didn't do that.
That's cool, man. That's an interesting story that the 3DS is something that you covered like right when you started content creation. And yeah, I can only imagine how hard it would be to capture.
Oh yeah. When I finally got it done, I forgot the individual that was doing it. I think it was like Spinny. When they started doing like the whole like, oh, you send in the 3DS to them and they send it back to you, and it's already outfitted with the capture card on the bottom of it. And I will never forget when I did that, because when I sent it in, my thumb guard had completely worn out, right? Because I was playing Smash on it a lot. I got it back and they replaced the thumb guard on it. And I'm like, you didn't have to do that, but that's really nice. Thank you. It was good times.
No doubt. Gamebird, tell me your story.
Yeah, this was, man, the 3DS was announced and launched not long after I moved back to Los Angeles. So I was living in Los Angeles at the time. And I absolutely loved the DS. Fantastic little handheld. Loved the dual screen. in the same boat as you guys, hearing about the new technology, seeing, like you said, Paul, seeing is believing with this one. So, you're watching the trailers and you're reading about it, but you just want to know what it looks like. And I remember seeing the console for the first time and absolutely loving it, the way it looked. The design of it, super sleek. You have the teal, the kind of tealish blue model up here on the screen, but we also had that kind of like charcoaly gray that kind of blended silver and black. And it just looked like a much more modern and sleek handheld than the DS, which was really cool. And my first time playing it was I played Pilot Wings and Steel Diver at a Best Buy that had some of the demo stations set up. And this was one, surprisingly enough, the 3DS is man, might be my favorite Nintendo pure handheld. Obviously, we have the Switch. Might be my favorite Nintendo pure handheld ever. Although I will say, looking at this launch lineup compared to the previous generations we've discussed over the course of this retrospective, I feel like this is probably the weakest launch we've seen as far as just straight launch titles. It's going to be interesting to see the launch window because my memory is a bit foggy on those. But I did play Steel Diver, I did play Pilot Wings on here, and I believe that's it for these games. I don't think I touched anything else in this launch lineup. But great console, fantastic history with it. Obviously, it started rocky, but then it got into gear and started kicking ass. And I think this one goes down as a standout release for Nintendo.
Nice, man. Eric, how about you?
Yeah, excuse me. Wow, I don't remember much from like the beginning times of the 3DS. I know I had it. I was 5 years into college. Honestly, I don't really remember a whole lot of that time. Not because I was drinking, but
a little bit.
I mean,
Studies will get you,
not
man.
a lot.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
you were too busy trying to make sure your house wasn't torn down by the house party.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, surprisingly, the guy who doesn't drink is the one who hosted the parties. But no, I remember getting it. I loved the system. I barely ever played with the 3D on. It was great for the first, popping it on for every game, seeing how it looked, and then I was like, all right, I'm done. Click off. So I loved it. Street Pass was the big thing for me. I love that.
Yeah.
Going for, hopefully they somehow bring it back. But as for games, I don't think I played any of the actual launch games. I don't think I got it right away at launch. I want to say it was maybe a year or two later. But I did end up getting one for sure. And I don't think I played any of these games that are actually in the launch window here. So
You played Triforce Heroes, I know that.
yes, I did because I helped you break the damn walkthrough for it. Yeah.
That game is good. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, no,
But I enjoyed
it was
Triforce
fun.
Heroes, yeah.
It's awesome. Nate, how about you, man?
So like obviously it was pretty badass when they revealed the thing and pulled it out of the pocket. It was just awesome.
Yeah. Special moment.
And I they had the you remember when they had the original presentation for it, they had a bunch of women with it like attached to their hip.
I remember that. Yeah.
The media having to go try it out when it's like attached to someone. I thought it was kind of funny. But no, obviously the media was really raving about it heading into launch just because of the glasses free 3D. Like people, you come off the DS, really huge success. Oh, this glasses free, like this is real. This works. This is awesome. But then, the closer we got to launch, because I did get it at launch, I started looking at, okay, I have this pre-ordered, so what am I going to play on it day one besides my DS games? It was backwards compatible.
Yep.
There wasn't much that excited me. I bought Steel Diver because that was the game Nintendo was pushing. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll get this and just trust Nintendo. Nope. Nope. I ended up picking up Pilot Wings because I'm like, hey, Pilot Wings. It was fine. It was fine. It was just fine. And I'm like, oh, in 3D, like, yeah, okay, it's cool. The problem with the 3D was like, I don't know about you guys. Outside of it was fine in Face Raiders. That was really the go-to app for me on that thing at launch was Face Raiders. That thing was
Oh
fun.
yeah, I forgot about that game.
That's the only thing I used 3D for was that game. I turned it off because I'm like,
In the sense of the launch window or just overall?
for 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only 3D game in 3D I actually really enjoyed.
Not Super Mario 3D Land?
No, because here's the thing. All the 3D effects, I want to tell you this. All the 3D effect to me felt like is like those early days of going to the movie theater with the blue and red film 3D glasses.
Spy Kids 3D.
Spy Kids 3D. It just felt like
Good reference.
really gimmicky and not actually doing anything for me. You know, that being said, Face Raiders was legitimately cool because it was like an AR experience. So that one was actually kind of neat. And they did like the AR cards down here. Like that was a really neat thing. The AR cards bringing characters and things like to life in the real world. That was pretty cool. And now people are doing it on their phones all the time. Pokemon Go is literally built on that sort of concept. So, so that's pretty neat. Obviously not in 3D, but whatever. See, the launch lineup wasn't really that exciting to me. I think I eventually did get Monkey Ball. What a shocker! Seems to always be another one of those always at launch. Madden seems to always be at launch. I remember picking that up and being massively disappointed because it was like the worst version of Madden I think I've ever played in my life. It was so bad. I never got the Star Wars Lego game there. I probably should have because it's probably good because Lego games are usually pretty good.
It's probably solid, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I remember I didn't get any of the Nintendo stuff because I was kind of done with it after DS. I'm good. I don't need more of this. But the thing is, like, I kept buying games because I wanted to find something I enjoyed. I ended up enjoying with Street Pass and Face Raiders at launch.
Street Pass was awesome. That was the coolest thing at launch.
The game
I miss it so much.
with it too. Like you're climbing the tower and fighting. This is
Find
awesome.
me, yeah.
Yeah, the Find Me. That was so sick. Then the puzzle pieces and stuff. Oh man, I'm like, dude, this is neat. I like that. But yeah, I remember being massively disappointed, and then I just kept waiting. And then they announced Ocarina of Time 3D, and I'm like, all right, you got me there. I mean, look, I get it. Like it's Ocarina of Time again. Come on. Oh, Mario Kart. Oh, hey, it's almost like Mario Kart 7 should have been at launch. I don't know. Should have been the launch game. I waited till winter. Whatever. So yeah, I was one of those people that paid the full price and then got to take advantage of the ambassadors program, which was kind of neat. They were throwing us a bone they didn't have to do.
Yeah, for sure.
We got 11 games out of it, right? Or no, 21 games out of it.
Yeah, 20
or 20. I think it was 20. They
Yeah.
just happened to also give another game unrelated to ambassador program.
So
I got a shout out to the chat real quick. Someone asked if there's any Pushmo fans in here. Pushmo was rad.
no doubt,
That
love
game
Pushmo.
was so good.
Excellent game. Excellent. Yeah, actually, we'll talk about it in the next slide. I'll give you guys my story real quick on 3DS launch. I was very excited for it. Just like you guys, I remember reading the rumors, hearing about stereoscopic 3D. And again, like it kind of gave me those similar vibes to reading rumors during Nintendo Revolution, right? And hearing about like accelerometers being in the controller, and everyone's like, there's no way. Like accelerometers aren't for video game controllers. Like that technology is not used for that. And I remember there were so many naysayers back then. And I'm like, no, I think this is legit. Like this totally checks out. And sure enough, that was in the technology and it was awesome. But when we first heard about it, yeah, I think it kind of makes your mind go in so many different directions. Like what are they going to do with this? Like, how could they use that in a controller? I can't wait to see. And it was the same thing though with the 3DS, hearing about that stereoscopic 3D. And it's like, again, like I got to see this. I got to see this in person to really understand what's going on here. But nonetheless, I'm extremely excited. And then I remember when the launch day came and I went to Best Buy to pick it up. Of course, bought it on launch day. And I remember driving by my local Best Buy to see if there was a line. And there wasn't to camp out for it. The hype wasn't, I don't know about you guys, but the hype was low for this in my area in Phoenix.
It was low here too. It's because of the games. People buy things for games. There was no exciting game at launch.
Yeah, this launch lineup to me is proof of that because, again, like all of you guys have said about these games, I was very excited about the hardware side of it. I was not excited about these launch games at all. I was pretty down on it, and I think for good reason. I was excited for Pilot Wings because obviously I love Pilot Wings. I was excited for Super Monkey Ball. The games I picked up at launch was Pilot Wings, Monkey Ball, and Super Street Fighter. Those are the games I picked up at launch. I didn't get Steel Diver. I was not vibing at all with it. I was like, there's no way I'm picking up Madden. I just had a feeling it was going to be total trash version. And Nintendogs, same thing, man. Like, hey, I experienced it on the DS and it was cool for a short period, and then that was it. But I knew that this was probably going to be a good game for a certain market that could help kind of grow the install base for 3DS. So I was happy it was a launch title. But at the same time, I'm like, this can't be your flagship launch title. Like Nintendogs can't carry you. Steel Diver can't carry you. And Pilot Wings
there's not a single must-have
there's not
game on here.
This lineup
I need to get 3DS day one.
Yeah,
1 month later, the most compelling case was Pokemon Black and Pokemon White, which were DS games that new 3DS owners could use, but didn't have any 3D fidelity experience boost on it. So it's like you don't even need the new console to play it necessarily. But if you've missed out on the DS generation, might as well get the 3DS. You know what I mean? To be a little bit more future proof. But when you look at that price tag, it was still $250. It was still brand new. So
yeah, and $250 was obviously it was a lot then, and I didn't feel bad about spending $250 and knowing that we have a weak launch lineup because we all I think had the confidence in Nintendo that this was going to eventually be successful and that developers were gonna understand how to develop games and take advantage of the hardware and that this will all work out in time, right? And obviously eventually it did, but it did take some time. And because this lineup was so weak, it didn't sell well, which is why they had that price drop. And again, something I think we'll never see again was the apology from Nintendo to the day one adopters, which I'll tell you what, like I did not need an apology. I was fine with it. This is part of being a day one adopter. Yeah. Things like this happen. Anyone here bought a PSVR or a PSVR 2? Like that's life, man. Sometimes you buy something and it's not supported. And it is what it is. You live with it.
They never apologized for Virtual Boy.
No, they didn't. I was shocked when I heard that Nintendo was going to give us 20 free games as an apology that you can't even buy on the shop. Because some of those games you couldn't buy on
exclusive,
Yeah. I'm like, dude, wait, you're going to give me F-Zero on GBA and Metroid Fusion? Like, I still have my 3DS with the ambassador certificate and all the games. And like, I was like, this is still the coolest thing ever to me. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't know that we'd ever see that or anything that even resembles that from Nintendo again, or any company for that matter. That was interesting.
The closest was
that's Iwata for you. That guy was next level with stuff. So
in that same generation, very different and less impactful. But you remember they were practically giving away Wii U games at that point.
Yeah.
Buy one, get one free. Buy two and get a full download code. Like they were having deals on that thing left and right. Like try to just play our games. The software's still good, y'all. But yeah, this was a pretty unique experience.
This launch lineup, these are all like supporting games.
Yeah.
For a launch. It's totally missing any of the A games, right?
You need like one land here. It's missing the two big, like usually it's like a couple system sellers. Ain't here.
Yeah, these are all B games. And as far as first party, like Pilot Wings, it was a great B game to Mario 64. Like, right? That was perfect. Mario
Sure,
64 and
yeah.
Pilot Wings, perfect. But just Pilot Wings launched in the 64, it would have been a different story. And that's what happened here.
Yeah.
So let's look at the launch window highlights. And obviously,
Oh, Ocarina
things,
of Time.
yeah, things get better here. And I included a few of the eShop games as well, because that's when I think we could really start taking some of the digital efforts more seriously, because they really did improve the overall experience, like Pushmo. Loved that game, and it's on here as well.
Push
Uh,
map. Yeah.
So, Paul, kind of start with you again as far as these launch window highlights. And I got I put a special one in there for you guys, the Michael Jackson experience in 3D.
Nice.
I had to put that in there. I'm like, oh, this is too good. But how did this change things for you guys?
For sure was it stronger. You have the eShop in full bloom, and you have some games from the past that people loved that are still popular, still a draw, because it's been long enough. Like from the N64 generation in particular, I'm talking about, Ocarina of Time and Star Fox 64, and they looked really well, they played really well, they were good ports. Some people prefer them. I'll always prefer the N64 analog stick, for instance, for Star Fox. There's just something about the flight control that works better with it. But gosh, did that game look good, and it was just remade. And Super Mario 3D Land, I think, is the favorite of the bunch. That was the showstopper. If that was the launch game, I think you probably might not have needed to do a price drop or an ambassador program. I think 3D Land was such a strong 3D Mario, and even if you didn't use the stereoscopic 3D, it was a game that made sense for it, because you could see the different level in the visual from the top and the down, and like, oh, that's a shadow. Oh no, that is a 2D object. And that was great. Sonic was fine. I don't think I picked up that Sonic Generations on the 3DS, but it was a good game. Shinobi was cool. I'm a huge Tetris guy, if you knew that about me or not. Like, I love Tetris. So this was solid. Too much to expect this at launch, but you took one or two of these heavier hitters and had it at launch, it would have changed it up. But no regrets on this launch window. Now, this is not first year. This is just a little bit in the window, because Resident Evil Revelations isn't here, but I think that came out about a year in.
Yeah, this is the first 9 months.
So you look at a couple more months after this, and then Revelations. So
Such a good game too.
that was
That was very impressive on handheld.
yeah, and it was
Extremely.
not a port. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 was an impressive port. I'll say that one, but Revelations more so, because it showed the seriousness of a third-party developer making something from the ground up. And Nintendo systems don't always get that.
Totally agree.
So yeah, I can't speak high enough about that game. Yeah.
HMK, what about you, man?
With these games, I was gone. All right, because this is everything I wanted in terms of like the launch window, or like going in from the first year to the second year. Because we had Ocarina of Time 3D, we had Star Fox 64 3D, we had Super Mario 3D Land. Like, those were like the main ones. And of course, Mario Kart 7,
Right.
and like, I love Tetris, but I don't think I ever picked up Tetris Access, because like, I don't know. It's just I think I was at that point I was Tetris out, but it was like this year going into everything else that was like after this lineup, because I mean, of course, Ocarina of Time held me over for so long. I grabbed and I absolutely like devoured that game. Got like 100% regular mode, 100% what do you call it? Master Quest, kept trying to beat my best time on the boss rush and whatnot. I did the same thing for Star Fox 64 3D. And then here's the craziest thing is like, the replay value of those two games specifically, because I mean, obviously they're remakes of what came out on the 64, but the replay value of Star Fox 64 was always massive. It got a little bit bigger thanks to the 3DS version, but Ocarina of Time just added the Master Quest, the mirror mode, and the boss rush. But I feel like a lot of people really don't talk about how big of a game on the 3DS Super Mario 3D Land is, because that game was absolutely massive. When I thought I beat the game and I'm like, oh wow, I gotta do all the stuff with Luigi. Now I gotta do all of the underworlds. And then finally at the end, when I do all the underworld in the final gold level and then get golden flag on all of the levels and finally gets the last level in the last underworld, like I forgot what they call the lower world, whatever. But that was crazy. And then I feel that going into the lineup of games that came out after these was just like even more crazy, impressive, because y'all have already been saying Resident Evil Revelations. That game was so good. That was a 3DS game that they ported to home consoles.
Yeah,
like that game had like, and I mean this in a positive way, that game had no business being on the 3DS. Like it was just like a console game that they just like, let's just put it on the 3DS. Awesome. I mean, obviously, I'm not the developer. They can't just put it. They designed it for the 3DS. And that game, along with Kid Icarus Uprising that came out 2012, Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts, they came out 2012 as well. Just like, it just shows that, of course, not taking anything away from the original DS, but the what do you call it? This lineup of games after the launch of the 3DS going into the first and second year just showed how massive these games can be in the palm of your hand. And like for me, that was just like, of course, it's just not only Nintendo, but Nintendo and their third-party partners were really, really, really good at establishing that within the early years of the 3DS. And then everything, all that, along with the ambassador program, was just like icing on the cake. Because, man, I just keep looking at this launch window right here. It's just like, damn, the 3DS has such a good lineup of games. And really early on, yeah, the launch of the thing, probably like the only thing I would probably play for that if I bought it off rip was for that is like maybe Rayman 3D and Street Fighter 3D edition. But
yeah,
but these games, like hot dog.
Yeah, it is a great lineup for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I completely agree. Game Bird.
Yeah, I mean, you guys made some great points already. Obviously, everyone in chat knows who's watched me as a co-host on the show how much I love Zelda, my favorite series of all time. So, getting one of the biggest and best Zelda games ever made at the time on a handheld, but not just that, without some of the take it or leave it gimmicks of Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, where you have to move around with the stylus. This implemented the best possible way to do dual screen with Zelda, and that's having your map and your menus and items on the below screen. I'm thinking like the Water Temple, where in the 64 you're hitting start, equipping the boots, hitting start, back in,
that boot
using the
equip
boots,
was
hitting
just
start,
so perfect.
Brutal. But yes, in this, you're just tapping it. Tap it on, tap it off. Beautiful. Perfect. And not only that, they cleaned up the visuals. They added more depth and dimension with the 3D. It is a perfect version. Other than a full-blown remake, it is a perfect version. And in my honest opinion, the best way today to play Ocarina of Time. Outside of that, obviously, Mario 3D Land. What's more to be said? The game is awesome and even has a Zelda throwback or Easter egg in it where you light 4 torches with Mario's firepower and does the diddly-did. Super cool. And that game in particular, that one and A Link Between Worlds, I think are the 2 games worth using 3D. If you're going to pick just 2 to use the 3D, those are the ones. Absolutely love that. I was not a huge fan of New Super Mario Bros. So this one felt like, it branched off and did something really cool. Star Fox 3D, obviously I love Star Fox 64. One of my old school favorites. This one was great. I loved how when you played multiplayer, it used the camera to capture you and your friends' faces, so you could see everyone's heads above your ships and stuff. Was really, really cool. Pushmo, played tons of Pushmo. Cave Story was rad. Enjoyed the hell out of that game. And Mario Kart 7 was obviously a really big one for me, although I did enjoy Mario Kart DS more than this one. But that being said, still a fantastic game. And those were the big ones. I played a little bit of Sonic. I'm trying to think. I think that's it for this lineup, what I played. But yeah, this is when things really kicked off, and I was very happy. At first, I was a little bit nervous, but I knew the big games were coming. Once we got Mario and Zelda, I was like, all right, we're cooking.
Yeah.
This is the shit. And it kept getting better from there. But yeah.
No doubt. Eric.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of stories with these games here. Mainly the only one that I played on here was Mario Kart 7. To be completely honest,
Hell
I
yeah.
didn't play a whole lot of the other games on here.
I was surprised you didn't get into 3D.
Yeah, no, well, that was more on the next system.
3D
with
World.
you. Or
with
yeah,
me,
yeah.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, that's pretty much out of the launch window here. Yeah, that's the only game I played.
All right.
Fair
Nothing
enough.
wrong. Mario Kart rocks.
Nintendo Prime.
Yeah, look, I played a bunch of these games. A lot of the stuff was either was like announced at E3 that year, which was really awesome. That's when I finally got excited for 3DS. But yeah, played the hell out of Ocarina of Time 3D, 100%ed everything in it. Contrary to people's belief, just because Ocarina of Time is not in my top 10 Zelda games, it is still one of my favorite games of all time. I love the hell out of it. It literally, I would not be a content creator today if that game didn't exist. That's the game that made me a content creator all the way back in 1998. Launching fan websites was that game. So, yeah, Star Fox, played the hell out of Star Fox, obviously, right? I mean, from my childhood, revisiting it again because I didn't play it in many, many years until 3DS came out. Great. Mario Kart 7, played the hell out of that. 3D Land. 3D Land was really good.
Yeah.
It was just really, really good. I thought it was the perfect kind of game. It's not what I wanted when we got the 3D World. I was like, oh, come on. Like, you could have done 3D Land 2 instead. But, it's whatever. It's basically what 3D World was. But I played Sonic. I love Sonic Generations. I love Shinobi. Obviously, Pushmo. I mean, guys, look, the 3DS, this is like when it picked up. This is when it became a big deal. So really excited about this stuff. I'm good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for me, guys, I'll just go real quick. I did play a lot of these, like Cave Story 3D. Cave Story is an awesome game. I have it on my Switch as well, physical. Resident Evil Mercenary is awesome. Obviously, Zelda. Was extremely excited to play that, and this Zelda was the introduction of Grezzo. This was their first game, and then they did two games that year. I forget what the other one was, but yeah, this was Grezzo's introduction, so huge deal. Star Fox 64 3D again. That was my favorite Star Fox. Was very happy to see that. Mario Kart 7 and Super Mario 3D Land. Both of these games are really important because they did lay the foundation for the console version. Like Mario Kart 7 laid the foundation for Mario Kart 8. Super Mario 3D Land laid the foundation for Super Mario 3D World. So again, these games are like very significant and important in that aspect as well. And the 3D effect on these games was amazing. And as far as like, I included these eShop games because this is when we started getting some real bangers on the eShop from the indie front. We had Mighty Switch Force, which was by Way Forward, great game. Pushmo, and then the 3D classics. I don't know if you guys played the NES 3D classic line, but I loved the fact that we were getting NES games reformatted into 3D. I was like, that is so cool. All right, guys, that is a wrap on 3DS. Now let's jump into the Wii U. And again, I'm going to preface this real quick. You're not ready for this launch lineup. Okay.
No,
For real. Just wait.
I was there.
I was there.
I know. Hey guys, I was there too. But
I
wait,
owned every single launch.
I bought this
Do you?
day one.
I owned every single launch game. I bought them all.
you own 35 games?
Yes, I did.
All 35 of these launch games you bought on day one?
Yes,
What? Nate,
Yep.
really?
I was all in on Wii U. You have no idea. I thought Wii U was going to be what Switch ultimately was.
Guys, 35 games at launch.
Yep.
This is insane. Look at this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I was putting this together, I'm like, I got to make room for all these. I didn't recall 35 games at launch, but if you look at this, I want you guys to think about the launch lineup here in connection with Switch 2, because I'm seeing games in here that I'm like, I could see, like, there's games in here I expect to see for Switch 2, like Call of Duty, right?
Yep.
Launched. Ninja Gaiden, would not be surprised if we see that in or around launch for Switch 2. Mass Effect, Legendary, Trilogy, I would not be surprised if we see that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of interesting stuff. Obviously, Madden, FIFA, Sonic All-Star Racing. Would not be surprised if we saw Sonic Cross Worlds in or around launch. Assassin's Creed. Obviously, you know we're getting Just Dance.
I just want Street U to come back.
I had to put that in there because I actually thought that was really cool.
It was cool. Just
Yeah.
kidding.
So
It was cool.
I just want to say something about these launch titles. While there's a lot of them, the thing is, at this point, like, we're talking about HD, like, a lot of people had already bought a 360 or a PlayStation 3, you know, who owned Wii. And so, like, a lot of these games are just already on platforms they owned. So there wasn't like the killer gotta have it game. Now, I will say Nintendo Land is fucking bad.
Oh, I love Nintendo Land.
Nintendo Land I was so down on that game going into launch, and then no, that game fucking rocks.
Nintendo Land is wildly underrated as a pack-in title, and I want Nintendo Land too so bad.
It wasn't a pack-in title. That was the problem.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. No, it wasn't.
That was the problem.
It should have been a pack-in title.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
People were expecting a pack-in title, I think, after Wii
Sports, yeah.
And so I was looking at this launch lineup. I'm like, that was such an issue, man. Like, you guys should have included this as a launch title. That would have really helped things, I think.
Yeah, but it wasn't. So yeah, I just looked at the lineup. I owned all of them, which is crazy. Even Funky Barn. Yes, I owned them all. I thought Wii U was going to be so big, and like I would be one of the only people in the world with the full launch lineup, and they become so valuable at some point. And maybe they are. I guess I haven't looked up the value of Funky Barn in a while, but but we ended up not working out. So like, and I kept thinking as I sat there with the stack of games, like, oh yeah, there's a lot of good third-party games that I also already own on another platform. So what am I actually playing? Okay, Nintendo Land ended up being a banger, but nobody knew what it was. Nobody cared, and it kind of became. There just wasn't that game that screamed to people that you need to buy a Wii U to play this.
Yeah.
Same issue.
I hear you on that. Paul, how about you, man? What'd you pick up here?
On this launch date, Nintendo Land, New Super Mario Brothers U. I got Tekken Tag Tournament 2. That's what it is? Is that? Oh no, it's Tekken Tag Tournament
2. Yeah.
Yeah, 2, like Wii U edition or something like that.
Yep.
I ended up getting Mass Effect 3 from this, Ninja Gaiden 3.
Yep.
Batman Arkham City. I didn't get Zombie U, but
Zombie U.
I played it, but I don't think I ever owned that one. And Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Unless if I got Zombie U. I might be mistaken. Because I had several friends that also got a Wii U, and like I remember my friend, he got Assassin's Creed 3, for instance. So I was playing it, and like this was a good launch worth of games, but like Nate said, like you said, not that one killer app. None of the games were the one that Nate and I gush over all the time, the 3D Zelda tech demo from E3 2011. If we got that demo,
Twilight Princess 2.
Oh, like even if Nintendo wanted to show its muscle of just how much more powerful Wii U was and how cool it was, despite it being this late into the era of like Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 having HD visuals. You said, you remember that game that we launched the last system with and closed the other system, which was Twilight Princess? Here's what it looks like on Wii U. And like, oh my gosh, that's the game? That would have been something. Or a brand new Zelda title. I mean, it wasn't in the cards. Like, no need to crap on the past. But, well,
Yeah.
sometimes you do have to look at the past, though, to make better choices in the future. And
Exactly.
this was a reminder, this generation of Nintendo, you have to have that 10 out of 10 game on day one. You have to say that this is the exclusive. And Nintendo Switch, I give it Breath of the Wild. It was a Nintendo Switch game, but it started off as a, Wii U title. And that's how it released. But I don't think they'll go forward ever again without having, we're confident that this is that 10 million, 15 million seller. This is a AAA high quality day one title. This was solid, especially in terms of third parties. But I even remember because a lot of these games were at that live Nintendo press conference. And when we were watching it, we were positively clapping along to each new game that was shown. But I remember a lot of the people around me were like, oh, cool, Batman. Yeah. Like, oh, but I got that 2 years ago. And like, oh, Assassin's Creed, but like, well, that's also here. And like, oh, the controller is going to be good, but oh, that's this. And then when they closed that show, by the way, at that E3 2012, because I played Wii U twice. That's how long it was around for. It was like 2011, it was at E3 and 2012. And then it finally came out in November. So a year and a half of seeing stuff before it came out. Too long of a window, I think, too. But that also was because I think they thought we would last a little bit longer and buy them a little bit more time. And it didn't. But there were a lot of people at that show saying, these are yesteryear's games, or where's the big thing? And they ended that show with Nintendo Land, which a lot of you are talking about as being a positive game. And it was fun. I've had plenty of fun with it. This was a game that early marriage with my wife and I, it was like playing this title. And, plenty of others on this list, actually. But you don't close a show with that. People don't feel the impact and the power of that. You got to have something different, a little bit more established. You could have a new IP, but it wasn't it. It was still a fun launch, though, but nothing that most people truly needed it. And when you combine that with a name and the visual fidelity not being a whole lot higher than PS3 and Xbox 360, and the knowledge that those system successors were only 1 year away and they were going to be this much different, and the marketing, and like you hardly they ended that show without, I'm going back to E3 because that's just, even though I remember where I was at the launch of the system and how few people were picking it up, it still managed to sell out. It still sold like 370,000 within the first opening month. I'm like, oh, okay, a good selling system.
Yeah.
Until it had that big gap, and we were thinking maybe Pikmin 3 is going to be the second coming in 8 months, 9 months. No, it just never took off. But anyways, like I just keep going back to the E3 because that was such a powerful conversation and a reflection of something's different. And this isn't like, oh, maybe 3DS, you got to try it. Like y'all didn't show what the new console looked like. It looked too much like the predecessor. And yeah.
I agree.
Oh, Wii Fit U.
Points there.
Throw Wii Fit U on there. I kept my balance board. I haven't used it in a while now, finally. But like that balance board got a lot of use out of me because I just love fitness and exercise. And when you combine exercise, which my bachelor's degree is in kinesiology, and video games, it's like a perfect recipe for me. But yeah, fun, but not impactful to win the hearts of the masses. And not marketed right to show you why this is cool and different. Creative, necessary, questionable, exploratory, absolutely. But a necessary step into getting to Nintendo Switch, yeah. So through those positives and negatives and those unnecessaries and those questionable comments that I just said, all that were Wii U, it was necessary in the end because it helped be a necessary step to get to where we are now at Nintendo's finest. So I'll always give credit to Wii U. I'll never say I didn't have a good time with it. Just It was different if you were a core Nintendo fan having a good time with it, or someone who was casual. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I think the Wii U laid some foundation for the Switch in the same way that, some of the games on 3DS helped lay the foundation for some of the games we're playing today, like Mario Kart and 3D World,
Yeah.
no doubt. HMK, what about you, man?
Man, I'm like, I was kind of like a same, like not definitely to that degree, but I was in the same boat as Nate, where I'm like, I thought this was gonna be like the next big thing, but then like it's funny when Paul was talking, like the more and more you look at it, the more you look at it, just like, damn, a lot of these games I just had on another, because I had an Xbox 360 already at this point, and damn, yeah, like when I got the Wii U, I got day one with Nintendo Land, New Super Mario Bros. U, and Assassin's Creed 3, because I really, really liked that game, and I already had it on 360. But I'm like, let me double dip. I'll play the game again. Let me see how it's like on Wii U, because I was really curious to see like how something I already played, like this is Nintendo's first HD console. So I was really curious to see like how something like Assassin's Creed 3, which I already played on 360, would run on the Wii U versus 360 version, and it ran pretty good, and the online was not terrible. So, but other than that, on its launch titles, it's funny because there's a lot here.
Yeah.
Like, you kept saying it's like, damn, so many games here, so many games. But then you look at it and then you start playing tic-tac-toe with like, okay, already released, played already released. And then when you're left with what you haven't or what has been released, you're left with like, what, 5 games? So
Yeah. No,
it was just
I
unfortunate.
agree. 100%. I agree with you, man. Gamebird.
Yeah, I mean, like the 3DS, the Wii U was the first Nintendo console since the Nintendo 64 that I didn't buy day one. I remember thinking when the reveal trailer came out that the concept for this was really cool. I also remember being really baffled by the branding. And I mean, look at that picture of Reggie with the Wii U right there. It looks like a controller next to a Wii. And if you weren't really familiar with the Wii, you wouldn't know that the only difference is that the edges are rounded and it's a little bit longer.
100%. And the Wii
But
had so many accessories.
Absolutely. So I just remember explaining to people, no, it's not a controller, it's the next system for months.
Yeah.
Tons of people, even after launch.
They had a commercial that
remember-
specifically said that too, and then like just
Yeah. Oh yeah, over the head. A lot of parents too, just confused. And then all the questions surrounding like, being told initially you'd be able to use 2 game pads, and then obviously that never came into fruition down the road, which was a huge bummer, knowing that most of the controllers or the other controllers with multiplayer was using your last gen controllers. But that being said, it took me, and I was always inevitably going to pick this one up, but it took me going to a friend's house who picked up the console and playing Nintendo Land with him and 2 other friends. And I had so much fun. I was like, okay, I'm getting a Wii U this weekend because there's going to be good stuff coming to this, and I can't wait. And there was. Now, like you said, I don't want to retread too much. No killer app really stinks. A lot of these, we have already played, or others had already played on other hardware. For me, my early pickups were Nintendo Land, Zombie U, let me see, Darksiders 2, and Little Inferno, because at the time, indie games were still just exploding. And my favorite indie game of all time for so long was on the Wii. It was World of Goo. Little Inferno is made by that same company, so I was really excited to pick that one up. And I think that's it. Now, looking back, the Wii U, it definitely had its struggles, but I think when you think about just first-party games, I think it had some really strong games in its library. Just first-party. Third-party obviously dwindled over time, but I think my big issue was Super Mario Bros. U. I wasn't a huge new Super Mario Bros. Fan, and
Yeah.
I feel like this one felt a bit stale and uninventive. And there's that one level, the Starry Night level, that's beautiful and so cool. And I'm
Yes.
like, I just couldn't help but feel like, why didn't they do more of this in the game? Like
100%.
New Super Mario Bros. Listen, it's a solid game. Don't get me wrong, but I'm used to Nintendo being creative and unique, and it just felt so safe and stale for a Mario game. But yeah, those are my thoughts on early Wii U. Obviously, we
Good
got my
points.
favorite game of all time down the line, Wind Waker HD. So that really changed things for me.
Good points, man. Eric.
Yeah, I didn't own a Wii U, but I did play with Nate quite a bit on his. Mainly on this one, the game we played was Super Mario Bros. U. Other than that, I don't know if I even touched a game on that. To be completely honest with you, so that was back in my not necessarily gaming days. So
Okay. It's understandable then, for sure. Yeah, again, so for me, picked up Wii U. Yes, picked it up on day one. There was enough excitement for this that required camping out. So we did camp out. I remember getting home early in the morning to play this, and I was so tired. And I started playing, and I like just wasn't that excited as I was playing it. And I'm like, oh, it's probably because I'm tired. You know, I probably just need to go to sleep and, revisit this feeling fresh. And I did. And I still was just kind of like, what's wrong here? Like, why am I not as excited as I want to be? And again, the lineup here, a lot of these games already came out. I picked up on day one, I picked up Nintendo Land, obviously Mario, Mass Effect, Ninja Gaiden 2K, Zombie U, Assassin's Creed 3, which funny enough, I still have it in its plastic
Shrink
wrap
wrap.
on the shelf. Batman, and I picked up Black Ops. Those are the games. So I picked up a ton of games, and I was really excited because, by the time Wii U comes out, I can afford, obviously, to buy more games now at launch. And so that was fun. But I think with new Super Mario Brothers U, like Game Bird, you touched on this, in that new Super Mario Brothers on 3DS, the second one had came out earlier that year. It was in July. And it was already feeling stale at that point, to the point that when it was announced as a Wii U launch title later in the year for November 2012, like I wasn't super hyped about it. And I kind of felt bad to not be hyped about it. But I was like, to me, new Super Mario Brothers U has always felt, like you guys said, very safe. But I feel like it's kind of a sterile. I don't know if that's the best word, but
Sterile's a great word for it, I think. Yeah.
Felt like a sterile experience overall. Like uninspiring in many ways. And again, you mentioned the Starry Night level, and it's like, yeah, dude, that was so badass. Why didn't they do this the whole time?
Why is there not more? Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite baffling that they didn't do it more. And I just felt like, again, it was safe, not super creative. I already was like over the art style, and it just felt like a Mario game that was truly aimed at the masses and not at like the true core gamer. And I'm not even saying hardcore gamer, just like the core Nintendo gamer. And I think they missed out there big time.
Yeah.
Zombie U was a real highlight. But again, these are all games that have already came out. If you own a PS3, if you own a 360, you could have already purchased these games.
Yeah, most of them.
And the controller doesn't really it doesn't give you a good reason to replay them like the Nintendo Switch does. Because it's like, oh, you can play these on the go now. Like that's a legit reason to double dip, which is why if something like this happens on Switch 2, I'm confident that we won't have the same outcome, because now you can play them on the go. That's a big deal. Playing on the Wii U controller, it really didn't offer up a great reason to repurchase these. All right, let's jump into that launch window highlights. And you guys might be wondering why DuckTales Remastered took center stage there. Well, one, I absolutely love DuckTales.
So good.
I love the original on the NES. It came out in '89, and I was so hyped that we were getting DuckTales remastered, and that Way Forward was put in charge of it, working obviously with Capcom. And I don't know about you guys. Did you guys play DuckTales remastered? Are you fans as
Definitely.
well?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Huge fan.
Okay.
Great music too.
baby.
Oh yeah,
That
always.
startup
The
music.
redone Moon track.
Yes,
Oh God.
so good. Guys, I gotta say though, like when I was building the launch window highlights slide, I'm just like, dude, where are all the games?
Mm-hmm.
This was the cream of the crop. So me including games like the Smurfs 2
Ugh.
and Disney
Cream of the crop,
Infinity
baby.
and Zen Pinball, which Zen Pinball's fine. Like the Zen Pinball is cool, but as a cream of,
Raymond.
as cream of the crop.
Sorry.
ahead,
Raymond.
Paul.
Raymond wasn't on the other slide, was it? Because Raymond was a really good game that came out several months in
Oh, Rayman
No.
Legend.
Raymond Legends.
Rayman Legends came out 2013 September.
Yeah, it came out later. Paul, I
Yeah.
thought the same thing too because I was looking. I'm like,
I
wait a
guess
minute.
10 months or something.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Wasn't Rayman at the launch window?
Yeah.
And it wasn't. Oddly
What a
enough, it
game,
came out
too.
later.
I remember when that game was originally a Wii U exclusive, and then Ubisoft several months before had that announcement.
Yep.
This will also be coming. I was like, when I was hearing this, I was like, every crushing blow is happening to the system, and it's just lack of developer faith when before that happens. Before the game has a chance to have its exclusive shot, the developer is already publicly stating, by the way, we're actually changing our mind. I remember this happened with Shinji Mikami and Capcom. I will cut off my own head if Resident Evil 4 comes out on any system other than a Nintendo GameCube. And
Yeah.
it did get ported to PS2. And I think that I'm going back in time unnecessarily so, but it's just when you hear those things, or maybe necessary, I don't know. It's just one of those things that's like, that's a lack of faith in the sales. At least the GameCube had like a 9-month window on the PS2 version, but they announced it before the game even came out on GameCube to not let it shine as much as it would have and let it sell. And like Rayman was just sort of got neutered a little bit before it had a chance. I mean, it still sold okay, I guess, on Wii U, but yeah, this is
I agree
this
with
is the
you.
list. And then you had stuff like Injustice. I mean, I'm sure you might ask us which ones we got. I'm jumping the gun here because I
no, go
remember
ahead.
Injustice, a good version on Wii U. It didn't get a good half of the DLC. You couldn't download the characters. Like maybe you picked up the Wii U version of Injustice because you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have my new console, and like the Xbox 360 that you already have or the PS3 you already have, and you could have got it there. That's the one that ended up having all of the characters. You could never fulfill your whole roster on this build, and like. That's a shame. It just wasn't worth it for them to keep it up.
100%. I agree with you though, Paul, about the like going back in time about the Capcom 5, the 5 exclusives, and then they all ended up on other consoles like very shortly thereafter. It was like, that's unfortunate. Yeah. So, HMK, what did you have here on this list?
Man. Oh, love it. Pikmin 3 and New Super Luigi U.
There you go. I was gonna be like, that's probably it.
And that was it.
Yeah. I mean, it was bare.
This is brutal reflecting.
Yeah, so it was bad. Like I said earlier in the stream, we're like, yo, that first year, if you're chilling or whatever, and then it doesn't get off. That second year is like really make or break. And bro, did that second year really broke the Wii U, because like going into this and then Rayman Legends came out in 2013 and all these other games was just.
It makes you wonder. It made me wonder when I was building this, like, why didn't you take some of those 35 launch titles and strategically like place them in the launch window? Because that was too many. 35's too many games at launch. Like, I legit think that was probably too many choices.
I think
and
they
if
were
you would've
trying to
spread 'em out-
compensate for no killer app, which wasn't.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, it's the classic quantity over quality. And
Yep.
Nintendo historically has always been quality over quantity. That's the Nintendo difference. That was literally their slogan.
Also, the problem is a lot of those games at launch were yearly franchises at the time. So,
Yep.
you can't spread them out because we're talking about the next one.
Like Mario Kart didn't even come out around this time yet, man. That's crazy. No Wind Waker, no Mario Kart, no Smash, no.
I mean, there are some decent titles like Resident Evil Revelations, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, Lego City Undercover was actually good.
Yeah, I keep hearing that it was good, but I never gave it a shot. And then Revelations already played on the 3DS, and I wasn't even into Monster Hunter back then because.
Yep.
Yeah,
it was
Monster
super
Hunter
convoluted back then.
Yeah, it hadn't super caught on at this point the way it has today. But like Super Luigi U, again, this was that was part of the Year of Luigi.
Year of Luigi.
Which I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all Nintendo's doing this, but again, it's like, do I want to revisit a game that already felt sterile? Just because Luigi's in it? It's like, no, I want to be excited about this, but I'm not. Yeah, that's how it kind of felt during Wii U.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick with this one. I played a handful of these games. DuckTales, obviously, I was stoked for that. I played Game & Wario. I'm a big fan of the Wario games, so I had to check that one out. The big one on the list for me is Pikmin 3. The game was stunning. I thought the visuals on this game were beautiful. You know, a lot of complaints about power with the Wii U, but this one was a head turner for sure. And then the only other two on here that I played was Lego City Undercover, which at the time, in my opinion, was the best Lego game to date. Really great, if buddy cop comedy. And then the last game on here that it wasn't amazing, but I enjoyed it, was The Cave. I was a big fan of Double Fine Productions at the time.
Same.
Tim Schafer games. I grew up on some point and click adventures.
Yeah.
And this one's more puzzle platformer, but a lot of fun. So anytime Double Fine out something, I would pick it up. That's pretty much it for me, which is crazy to say after discussing previous generations. And I just want to say one last thing about the Wii U. Even despite its struggles, I do feel like the concept of the Wii U was ahead of its time. I think it was an idea that was too ahead for the technology that Nintendo was using. I still pray that we see dual screen return someday. I think it's the best way to play. I think Ocarina of Time remake, as well as the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD are a testament to that. Just that ease of use and having that interface right there to be able to just not break the immersion of hit pause, music stops, shifting through menus, and just touch, swipe, drag. It's just so much better. So hopefully we see it return someday.
No doubt. Eric.
Yeah. I don't, like I said, the only game that I think I played was Lego City Undercover, but that was on the Switch. So out of these games, because I didn't have a Wii U, so I got nothing.
Nintendo Prime, what about you?
Well, despite owning all the launch games, didn't own all of these because I was so burned by the launch. And the thing is, like, the best game on here is Pikmin 3, and that came out like almost 9 months after launch. Like, at the end of the launch window.
Yep, it did.
It was such a huge. Think about that. Look at this list. What's the major Nintendo game? It's Pikmin 3.
And it's niche. It's a niche title. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I love Pikmin. So for me, it was awesome. But 9 months from launch until you finally release your next big game, 9-month gap. That doesn't even exist in the Nintendo Switch era. Every month.
The Wii U barely got its feet off the ground by the time of 2015, because at that point you had Wind Waker HD, you had Hyrule Warriors, you had Mario Kart 8, you had Super Smash Brothers for Wii U, you had Xenoblade Chronicles X,
and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, and
Tropical Freeze,
and Pokken Tournament, and
Pokken Tournament. That's
here's the problem. This was a system that came out in 2012.
I know. That's why those first 2 years just
too late. Yeah,
they were so spread out. I just look these games just to get the ones I played. Yeah, I played Super Luigi U. I still don't even know why I bought it, but I did.
I
Um,
skipped, and that's wild for me to
Didn't care
say.
about the
But I was like,
Monster
I don't want
Hunter
this.
tree try bullshit for the third time. Lego City Undercover was actually low-key a banger. That was a banger. I think they brought it to 3DS too. That was really good. I played it on Wii U. And then I surprisingly Sniper Elite.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I wanted to play some like people were starting to not play Black Ops anymore, and I'm like, all right, I need another shooting military game. Let's go Sniper Elite. It was fun. It's a
Shoot,
good
shoot game.
Yeah, it's a good game. There's nothing on here that jumps out as like I gotta have it besides Pikmin, but even then, that's just because I really love the Pikmin series. Man.
I'm with you
Yeah.
on that. Like, I agree with everything all you guys have said.
That's remastered. Sorry, I already mentioned earlier I had that one, but yeah.
Yeah, like I picked up DuckTales on Wii U because it felt right to pick up DuckTales on a Nintendo console since that's where we played it growing up.
Oh yeah.
But when I look back at this list, and again when I was building this slide, when I put DuckTales in the middle, I was like laughing, thinking, yeah, I probably won't do that. But then I was like looking at this, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like of all these games, this is the only game that I would want to play like right now. And no shade against like Pikmin, like I have it on Switch, it's cool. But like I really love DuckTales. I've always been a huge DuckTales fan of DuckTales 1 and 2 on the NES. So it was actually a really great game. And Resident Evil Revelations, it's like, yeah, it's awesome, but I played it on 3DS already. Super Luigi U again, like I'm over it. I'm over the new Super Mario Brothers formula. It's not new anymore. It hasn't felt new in a long time. And then I look at Activision with that 007 Legends. I'm surprised you guys didn't mention this game, but it's like they tried so hard to piggyback off of GoldenEye without calling it GoldenEye and by calling it 007 Legends. And that game was total trash. It's got a 42% on Metacritic. Nintendo Life gave it a 4 out of 10.
I rented it. It was so bad.
Yeah. IGN gave it a 4.2 out of 10. Yeah, dude, like total trash. They were just trying to capitalize on that GoldenEye marketing from the N64 and try and capture some of that,
16
decades
years later.
Yeah.
You know that game did so bad, like it reviewed so bad, the Australian version got canceled.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it never made to market.
That's interesting.
This was the one GameFly.
That's a cool fact.
I regretted. GameFly didn't have to worry about getting this game back. Sent that shit back today.
Well, that is it. That's the launch window highlights there for the Wii U. And again, guys, I really think they should have spread out the launch titles into the launch window, and they should have included Nintendo Land. But there's so much shoulda, coulda, woulda here that it is what it is. And again, without the Wii U, we wouldn't have got the Switch. So it's all good.
I never was not having a good time during the Wii U generation. So like even when I'm saying, dang, there was a 9-month gap between this and that, and like, there was no killer launch lineup title. Part of it was based off of the time when I got it, where the system came out in November of 2012. I got married in July of 2013. So for me, as someone dating my, girlfriend turned fiance, turned wife, or new house together, new time, there was a lot of positive memories for me with this system, because unlike some couples, perhaps like my wife is a gamer, but like unlike some couples where one person is gaming and one person is hooked on the show, so then they separate, they go into different rooms, they do their own thing.
Yep.
My wife and I play the game together. Grey's Anatomy comes on, she watches the TV, I plug my phone in, I plug my headphones in, and I'm continuing playing the game. Now, the games that I was playing early on necessarily weren't AAA blockbuster perfect 10 out of 10 titles yet, but it was still the experience of getting to sit next to. I used the heck out of that Wii U, the Wii U gamepad. I'm telling you, it's the only remote controller that I've never lost in the couch of any TV controller I've ever had. I've never lost the Wii U gamepad. And like, hey, that's one more fun thing. And like, even though the titles were spread out, I guess enough of life was living that I never felt too big of a gap, because, as we started going later on in the list, you look at those 4 years and undeniable, when you go into Xenoblade Chronicles X and Bayonetta 2 and the Wonderful 101 and Pokken Tournament and Zelda and other Zelda, and like you look back and yeah, it was a fun system. Failed
Don't
and flawed,
don't forget
fun.
Mario Maker, one of the coolest applications.
Mario Maker and Splatoon for crying out loud. Like we got a huge new. I remember seeing Splatoon for the first time, and I thought, this is going to be hot at that E3. This is going to be hot. I didn't know how hot. It ended up being bigger than I thought, but I was like, this will work.
It was hot, baby.
And we had Star Fox. I mean, which is the last time we had Star Fox. And it wasn't the Star Fox that we wanted, but it was still Star Fox. It was still pretty fun.
It's the one we got.
It was another 64 remake.
Oh my gosh.
Whoopee.
Third time.
The third one. That's crazy.
Off of the NES, SNES original.
Hey, gave us the Muppets at E3. I'll take that.
The Puppet E3?
Oh,
That Puppet showcase was so cool.
Yeah, they traded in their quality releases for like the best directs ever that generation. All the talent went to the directs that gen.
All right, Eric, what's our next topic, bud?
Okay, so the new FCC filing suggests something is happening with GameCube.
What?
A new filing for a GameCube controller has popped up, filed by Nintendo with the FCC, this time for a wireless GameCube controller. However, images of the controller itself are currently redacted until September of this year, suggesting they want to reveal the product before the images in the filing are fully unveiled. September in the past has also been a popular time for Nintendo to add new platforms to the NSO. So, do we think this points to GameCube coming to NSO? If we do, what are we thinking? Is it going to be a new tier? Is it exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2? Things like that. What are we looking for?
Yes to both, if you ask me.
HMK, he wants to fire off here.
This is just showing that Smash is ready for the Switch 2. They're doing that. They're getting Smash ready. It's going to be coming out by the holiday season. Is it going to be new Smash? Is it going to be deluxe? I'd rather not be a deluxe, but I keep saying and this might be the cynical in me, but I refuse to acknowledge the idea that Nintendo is going to put GameCube on NSO, because GameCube is like in the perfect spot of both nostalgia and, like being malleable enough to remaster, that Nintendo or any other company, when it comes to that era of gaming, could just take it, brush it up, sell it back to you for like $40 to $60. So that's why I'm like, I really don't think NSO is going to come to NSO.
And I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
To throw it out there. One, I don't think Smash is this year. I think Smash will be.
Oh yeah, probably not.
I think it'll be next year. I do think it'll be early, because once Sakurai came out with the video and he's like, "Oh, I made these videos years ago and I have to stop now because I'm making it again." I'm like, "Oh shit, he's been working on the game for like 2-3 years." All right. He's been working on Smash. Got it. But it will be ready early gen, which makes sense because last Smash was early gen. So, but I don't think it's going to be this year. The fact that they obviously re-released GameCube controllers. They've always done wireless. Wireless is still the best way for Smash, anyways, just for latency purposes for the pro players. So, like, the wireless controller would obviously be for casuals if that was the reason. But that's why I don't think that it has to do with Smash, although you can clearly use it for Smash. I think it has to do with the GameCube coming to NSO. And the reason I'm throwing it out there is it doesn't matter that there is remasters and remakes. There's a ton of them for the games already on NSO. There's a ton of remakes and remasters for those games. That doesn't change the fact that they're on NSO and that there are some people that view that as a value add. Because Nintendo, you can have all the remakes and remasters in the world. Recurring yearly revenue on NSO, that's something huge that Nintendo wants. They want to grow that base. They've been a little bit stagnant with it the last couple of years, which makes sense because they've been stagnant since they added the last platform. They got a boost from that, and then it just kind of stayed the same. The platform ads seem to be, at present, what pushes NSO. Now, I do think there's other ways they can push NSO, and that's a different conversation for what they could do with Switch 2. Maybe we'll talk about that next week, but I think that you could easily have all, the GameCube library is not massive. You can easily have 20 of the greatest hits, and yet still get all those remakes and remasters. I mean, there's games out there like the Rogue Squadron and stuff, which might never get redone. Like, get that out there. There's a lot of third-party games that literally might never get redone. Some of the companies don't even exist anymore. And some of those franchises, like like with Rogue Squadron as an example, already have a current version right now in Squadrons out there from EA. So I kind of feel like it's in the perfect position to be a value add while still, remakes and remasters can still be a thing. And you can still sell them for 30, 40 bucks a pop. It's not like people don't, it's not like the industry doesn't already do this, and they do it with games that are much newer. Like literally less than 10 years old. Here's a $60, $70 remake or remaster. So I'm like, throw that shit out. It's a value add. I think and obviously they tend to put them in HD, at least HD in terms of emulation. Some of them maybe they'll add widescreen support. I don't know. That's up to them if they want to do that. But I just feel like GameCube's in that perfect position for Nintendo, where the system wasn't that popular in the first place, but it does have a lot of banger games that people would really appreciate as a value add to NSO for, and I think, there's been talk about, would they add a new tier for it? I think they won't for now. I think they will just leave it as is and put it in the top tier they have currently. But I also feel like not at launch, but a year from now, we'll see a little price hike on NSO. And it's going to be probably because of other new features and other things they've added. But I think at launch, they'll leave it. And they'll announce something like, because they want everything to be positive at launch. So they'll announce it for something like next year. Like they're going to plan to start raising prices a bit, which makes sense, by the way, because it's the cheapest service out there of all the consoles. Also, it offers the least, but still, that's my thoughts.
So I agree and disagree with both you guys. I agree with both you guys and I disagree with both you guys. Sorry. I am in the same boat as Nate as far as I think GameCube is likely to arrive on NSO. Hey, we got the Switch 2 coming. They're carrying over NSO. We know that they need to make it more dense and feature rich, and provide more with that service to continue to grow, keep people subscribed, and also get people excited about Switch 2 beyond just the hardware and the launch lineup. GameCube's a great way to do that. Now, HMK, I do agree that a lot of those like really special titles probably make more sense for a remaster, but there's a lot of titles that or a remake. There's a lot of titles that I just don't see Nintendo doing that with. For instance, Star Fox Adventure, that's a great one to put on there. Eternal Darkness, it's super niche. There are people who have very fond memories of it, but I don't see them being like, boom, Eternal Darkness remaster. That's one that would be perfect for NSO. However, at the same time, I agree with HMK that I think Smash is likely. And while I don't necessarily think it's launching year one of Switch, I think it is very possible that we will see the next Smash.
That was actually perfect. I thought you did do that on purpose. Like,
it's coming. On purpose. I think it's very possible that we'll see the next Smash on within the first year. See it, not be released. Let me fix my camera. Sorry. Zoinks. Holy moly. All right, there we go. There we go. Better. Yeah, I think it's very likely that we could see an announcement for Smash this year. I don't think it's going to be an ultimate deluxe version. I think they're going to kind of start fresh. Maybe they incorporate more of a story mode this time, make it a little bit more feature rich and dense, kind of reboot the series. I think that's kind of the smart way to go. But I think GameCube makes a lot of sense for NSO. So I think we're getting a little bit of both of what you guys mentioned. And I just want to put in a request with Nintendo. If this is true and you are indeed bringing the GameCube controller, give us a Wavebird option. It just looks cool and is super nostalgic. Give me the Wavebird, baby.
I'm curious if they can because of that lawsuit they lost. Mm-hmm. I don't really know all the particulars behind that. That's why they had to stop making it.
Call it the other Wavebird.
The Bird Wave.
The Bird
Wave.
That Bird Wave. God, the Wavebird was sick back in the day, man.
So sick.
Got a good Wavebird story for another day, maybe.
Yeah, another day, Paul.
Or maybe today. Yeah.
We'll see what happens in the Q&A section. Let me see. Who hasn't? Eric, it's your
Yeah.
topic. You haven't talked about it.
No. Honestly, I kind of hope they bring it to NSO just because I didn't play a whole lot of GameCube games.
There you go. That's what it's really for.
It'd be fun to play a lot of them. Yeah, that's the main reason why I want it to come to NSO. New tier, I could possibly see it with a new tier, and kind of bringing some other features to that tier, whether it's upgrade packages, things like that for your current Switch games, to go to Switch 2, things like that. What's up, Nate?
They add a new tier. It's because they're also adding Dreamcast.
I mean, that's very well possible too. I mean, I think it might be a new tier just because, yeah. But it'll be with some other stuff. I don't think it'll just be by itself.
If they were to announce that, Nate, at the listen, I'm not against what do you call it, GameCube coming to NSO. I just don't think it'll happen. But if GameCube and Dreamcast get announced at the Direct, and that's it's coming, it doesn't have to launch with the thing, but it's coming
later this year. Yeah.
Every screen in my room was shattered due to the pitch I would reach.
Yeah.
Because now that you said it, I'm I'm putting out a video tomorrow, and I'm just gonna say it right now. Yes, I'm putting out a video tomorrow. I'm Skies of Arcadia on Switch 2.
My favorite RPG of all time, by the way.
Man,
did you guys know
that game?
these Skies of Arcadia trademark was renewed 2 months ago?
Yes. Yep.
First thing I thought
I can't
of
let
was
that get my hopes up.
Well, first thing I thought of was GameCube NSO.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? It's Sega. Sega will release all their games on NSO. I mean, they're a partner.
Yeah.
I'll shit a brick, dude.
Phantasy Star Online episode 1 and 2.
Yeah, give us Phantasy Star Online for sure.
Mm.
Has everybody went? Do I need to go?
Yeah, it's your turn, bud. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so as far as GameCube NSO, I do fully expect it to happen. I think it's the next logical step, right? I think in order to get Wii on the NSO one day, we have to go through GameCube first. And I'm happy to go through GameCube. A lot of great games. And again, a lot of the niche titles can get some love here. Like you mentioned before, like Eternal Darkness.
Mm.
We all want to see that. And it's so odd that nothing's been done with Eternal Darkness, since Nintendo got a hold of Eternal Darkness. Because again, this was a different developer with Silicon Knights, and that was ran by Dennis Dyack back in the day. And so it's just odd that they then came in control of it and have done nothing with it. But again, that would be such a perfect title. Wave Race, again, perfect title. Do I think we're going to get a new Wave Race? Realistically, no. But I hope that we will, but I'm not holding my breath because I really don't think that's going to happen. But if you could give us Wave Race Blue Storm on the NSO, and I'd like to see some modern features brought to NSO. Can we play this in full screen? That would be really nice. Just little things that, I can do on other platforms.
Emulation.
Yeah. And my point is, though, is that when you're playing Nintendo games on NSO, if I'm Nintendo, I want my console to be the best way for you to experience our games, old and new. And I think they could really step it up in that department with their emulation to make it the best possible way to play old Nintendo games. Like, can I play the old Mario game full screen? Can you do it for any of the consoles? Because I can do it elsewhere, and I want to do it with you. So I'd like to see them make that happen. I really, really would. But Dreamcast, we've talked about this so many times throughout the last year on this podcast. Yeah, I think it's perfect. I want to experience 99.99 all over again. I think we all do. And Nintendo's tight with Sega. Obviously, Sega's already on the NSO. Here's my thing. I mentioned that I think in order to get Wii, we got to get GameCube first. I don't feel that way about Sega Saturn and Dreamcast. I don't think we have to get Saturn first to get Dreamcast. Or I don't think we have to get, dare I say it, Sega CD or Sega 32X.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I think it would make sense to have GameCube and Dreamcast at the same time. Because that was all part of that generation anyways.
Yeah.
Back when it was, Dreamcast, GameCube, Xbox, and PS2. So I do think there's a reason why the GameCube controller is in the headlines now. I do think it's being worked on and that it's going to be a controller that we can get through the Nintendo store. And I think it makes total sense for it to be wireless, just like all the other controllers they've released. The N64 controller's wireless, the NES, the SNES, the Sega. So yeah, it's not going to be called Wavebird. Probably not. But it's still going to be a wireless GameCube controller. And we'll be able to use it with Smash Brothers. So I think it works out very well.
Hell yeah. I want to shout out real quick one more game that someone mentioned in chat. That's, I think, a fantastic title to end up on NSO. Killer 7, classic Suda 51. Such a cool game with a gorgeous art style that I don't necessarily think a remake or remaster would sell particularly well, but having it there and people getting to play for the first time. Suda 51's the man. No More Heroes.
Yeah,
like
I
play
love
his
No More
games if you haven't. He reminds me of if the director Robert Rodriguez made video games, that kind of reminds me of Suda
I was gonna say the
51.
same thing, but Quentin Tarantino of video
Or
games.
Tarantino, yeah.
Definitely.
Not only do I think, because I didn't go, but I'll make it short. Not only do I think that it'll come GameCube to NSO, but in a new tier with Dreamcast, and it'll be $89.99 a year, $149.99 a year for the family plan. So you heard it here first. $90 $90 an account, $150 for a family account, and that's the new tier. That's the cost.
He said, "Not only
Dang.
do I think," he forgot to say he knows.
Yeah.
Maximum leakage.
I was
from
thinking the
Paul.
same thing.
He got to have the Switch 2 shirt on. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Yeah.
Ah.
Hold on, my stretch.
All right. Let's get going on to our next topic. Game Bird. What are we talking about? Bird is the word.
All right, let me pull this up real quick. So we got some game rumors and announcements for Switch 2. Let me pull up this. Let me look at this tweet real quick. So we had a tweet that went out saying, according to Media Market, which is a retailer in Poland, the employees were asked to prepare the shop for May, and they need a lot of space. And another retailer, RTV Euro AGD, was also informed to prepare for May, as well as we have a number of rumors for games coming to Switch 2, including Power Wash Simulator 2, Donkey Kong, which is a pretty big deal. We have a report that Metroid Prime 4 is to be the game of the show and blow everyone away at the April 2nd Direct. And that tease that we got was nice, but you ain't seen nothing yet till you've seen Metroid Prime 4 on April 2nd. We also have rumors for games like Elden Ring and Tekken 8, as well as Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which I think is one of the more recent ones. We also just had a brand new trailer for Yooka-Laylee that had the Nintendo logo, announcing that it's coming to both Steam and consoles. We also have Ruffy in the Riverside. The trailer officially showed that it's officially releasing June 26th. Madden as well. So what do you guys think about this and some of the speculation? There's even more stuff, but let's kind of just dive right into it. A lot of stuff to unpack there, a lot of games, a lot of speculation. I especially find the Metroid Prime 4 stuff interesting, as I know a lot of us are very, very hyped for that game. Thoughts? Let's start with HMK.
So the aspect of like the retailers are preparing up, I find very like a bit of a double-edged sword, where I do believe that, okay, they're setting up for May, either for release of the thing or like setting up the release in order to like, okay, we gotta move the shelves around, get the shelf ready for Nintendo Switch section, get the Nintendo Switch 2 section, Nintendo Switch 2 banners, all that stuff. Maybe put out like a couple of demo areas, because the thing that like I won't say weirds me out, but gets me concerned is that the final hands-on event for the Switch 2 is happening in June, if I'm not mistaken, like early June in Seoul, Korea, right? And to have like, oh, we're setting up possibly for that for the launch in May is like, it definitely could happen, because I mean, like May is just like what, like 2 weeks before the final May 15th, around the time that was being thrown around, is like 2 weeks before the final Switch 2 hands-on event, which is happening in a very specific part of the world. So I'm like, okay, I feel it's like a coin flip on either it could be like setting up the shop, or it's like, okay, Nintendo wants this amount of space for the thing, so set that up. So like it could either be ready for launch or ready for like Prime setup. Now, speaking of Prime, segue into Metroid Prime 4, game of the show. Now, like, don't get me wrong, I have been waiting for Prime 4 ever since it got announced, ever since it was real, and then they restarted development, and we finally got a glimpse of it at one of the previous recent Nintendo Directs. Game of the show, though, like, I'm willing to bet it's definitely going to be a game of the show, like a game of the show, but the game of the show, like, obviously a lot more people are playing Metroid. You know, Metroid Prime Remastered was like a hit on the Switch. Metroid Dread came out, and a lot of people love that game, and obviously the sales are like much bigger than Metroid has ever experienced. But you know, I would like argue that it, like, for Switch 2, like that's like up in the air. Is like, is it going to have a Switch 2 version? Are they going to do the whole cross-gen thing with games when it comes to like games playable on Switch and Switch 2? Are they going to show that like, hey, play this on Switch 2 and it'll look this much better, or this is what we can offer you if you decide to get it for Switch 2? And then the whole concept of, you know, Nintendo saying they definitely do not want to plateau with this system like they've done with in the past, you know, N64 into GameCube, Wii into Wii U. They don't want to Nintendo Switch into Nintendo Switch 2. They want to keep that iron hot. And as much as I love Metroid, I feel like game of the show is not something that game could achieve when you compare it to something like, you know, a new 3D Mario, maybe like whispers of the next Zelda. You know, Mario Kart, I fully believe that the next Mario Kart that we saw a glimpse in the Switch 2 announcement, is going to be a launch title, right? And then, you know, while I don't think it's going to end the show with Mario Kart, I think it, like, maybe Mario Kart could be in like in the middle of the show, because I'm a firm believer that the opener and closer need to be two things that are huge and we don't know about. So like Metroid Prime 4 being the game of the show, I'm not sure if I like completely either believe it or agree with it, but I will say that I do believe it's going to be there, and I do believe it's going to be one of the main, like, probably like top 4 among like the biggest announcements there. That's what I think.
Yeah. Hey man, I think you make some great points, and you know, the source that this is coming from, as far as Metroid goes, they could be hardcore Metroid. I think maybe what they could be meaning is if there is indeed a Switch 2 version of this game, not just it's backwards compatible.
Mhm.
We know retro for Nintendo pushes the boundaries of what games look like on Nintendo hardware. We've all seen Prime Remastered and how clean and pretty that game is. So I could only imagine with the rumored DLSS upscaling, some of the stuff they could do with like lighting and effects and how expansive the game may be. So it might be more of a technical game of show, visual game of show, than the game of show. Whereas I kind of agree with you, HMK. I feel like if we get that huge 3D mainline Mario, like how are they gonna top that? That being said, I wanted to ask you real quick before going on to moving over to Paul and getting his thoughts. What about some of the stuff about Elden Ring and and Dragon Ball? What are your thoughts on that stuff? Do you think that stuff is coming like right away on Switch 2?
Yeah, I didn't want to get into that because I thought I was going too much on the Metro Prime side, but I'll be quick about it. Elden Ring Game of the Year edition Shadow of the Erdtree Tree on cart. Launch, yes. Tekken 8,
I like
yes.
the way you think.
Sparking Zero, yes. I'm not sure like Tekken 8 and Sparking Zero on like, because they're both Bandai Namco and they're both, fighting games at the same
Sure.
time. But of course, very different like clientele fan bases. So I mean, like, yeah, I definitely believe it's possible. But like I'm more keen in like Elden Ring and Tekken 8, definitely at launch. Sparking
Hell
Zero
yeah.
maybe need some like time to be in the oven for whatever reason I'm thinking in my head. But like all of them, absolutely like huge possibility of them being at launch. If there was like a choice between Tekken 8 and Dragon Ball, I would go with Tekken 8. But
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah,
Mhm.
Elden Ring, complete edition, day one buy for me. I'm double dip instantly.
Oh, yeah.
Paul, let's move. Let's move over to you, Paul.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a good amount of high-profile third-party games, and unlike a couple of past consoles, or specifically the Wii U, where yeah, we got some third-party games, but they were good yesteryear or yester couple of years. The magnitude of these games, even if they're a year old, showing up on Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be more significant because they are closer in proximity to when the other ones came out, and just that much more impressive the fact that this is a two-in-one experience. This is at home on TV with close enough visual parity and closer to the parity of the other consoles, but being able to take it on the go. And which is one of the successful things that Nintendo Switch had, playing Doom for the first time on it, and Wolfenstein on it, and Dragon Ball Fighter Z on it, taking that very comparable experience on the go. But Nintendo Switch 2, these third-party games are going to shine more because Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be closer in power and capabilities overall, thanks to DLSS, etc., to PS5 and Xbox Series X than Nintendo Switch was to PS4 and Xbox One. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be closer to it. So it's going to be that much of a cooler, bigger impact when you see these high-profile games running on also a handheld portable experience. So there will definitely be plenty at launch, and I think no more of this purposely waiting some months later so that people will buy one version and then also later on buy the other version. And like before you think like, well, is that speculation? Like I've talked to Nate about this before. There were some developers at early E3s. Well, I say early E3s in the Nintendo Switch 2 life, like in 17, 18, that some were just late to the party. Some were left with a bad taste after Wii U that they were not anticipating in Nintendo Switch. So the drive and the motivation to put their software and put all the budget into it just wasn't there. Some, even a few years into Nintendo Switch's life, when the system was rolling, knew there would be more benefit to taking more time with the port to maximize a double dip. But I
Right.
think that now that Nintendo Switch has established itself so much, you might as well hit the ball running because production costs are only going to get more. And do you want to have to stagger your development later on, or do you want most of your crew to move on to the next project? No, you might as well have them all in-house. And if the consoles are more comparable in power, why would you want to spend even more time and more resources than when you could just make one more or less composite version and then just modify it accordingly, going up and down, instead of a whole other version of Hogwarts Legacy, a whole other version of Mortal Kombat 1. So I think the day and date third-party releases are going to be solid going forward. Speaking of solid, maybe Metal Gear Solid will be, one of them as well.
Oh yeah.
Delta.
Oh,
Yeah.
And regarding Metroid Prime, you realize that as of January 19th, I think, the game was announced that it was in redevelopment 6 years ago. Wow. Which means it probably
That's basically a
started up.
generation. Yeah.
Probably it started up in development, like under Retro's helm. I've approximated like maybe October 2018 or something, or September 2018. We heard about it in January of 19, but probably then. So you're looking at like a 6.5-year development cycle. Why was it so long? Because partway through they shifted gears to make a Nintendo Switch 2 SKU in particular to make it truly take advantage. Is it have just a big ambitious game? Like, a normal big game doesn't take that long. Even a normal big AAA game doesn't take 6.5 years. So something's up with it, and that's what led to speculation of, is it a multiplayer title too? Is this Nintendo's rated teen version Splatoon spinoff that it is going to have its side parallel multiplayer thing that goes on and like it's starting off at launch? But basically, now I'm like switching gears. It's so hard to not stick to one lane, but I'm leaning more towards Metroid Prime 4 not having multiplayer in it now, thanks to the first game that Nintendo showed off for Nintendo Switch 2 being Mario Kart. Because I thought, if they're going to show off 3D Mario, 70 days ago or 62 days ago, whatever, if they showed off 3D Mario, I thought Metroid Prime 4 is probably a candidate for having a multiplayer mode, because you would have a third person platformer that's a single player Mario game, and a first person perspective shooter that also is your big multiplayer game. But by having Mario Kart, that's the big multiplayer game. You don't need to divert the audiences into two huge multiplayer games at launch. So I'm back on the train of thought of Metroid Prime 4 is just probably this big, badass, awesome adventure game that took so long to develop, because unlike some games that will just be a little bit optimized on Nintendo Switch 2, this baby's got its own SKU. And if it has 6 years of development, probably in their eyes, if this is accurate, it is just so technically polished, so amazingly put together that you could feel the craftsmanship superior coming out of every scene that you see Samus rolling around and clanking against things. And maybe Mario will blow you away more with his ease of animation and how bright and colorful the world is, but like this could be that technical showcase, that graphical stopper, that just sheer polish where you could tell this is something special. I'm excited because I love Samus. I've got her right over here, and I want Metroid to succeed. I want this to be the Breath of the Wild moment, and not meaning I want it to sell 35 million. I mean, I love it to be, but like the Breath of the Wild moment for Metroid respectively, which means it takes it into the 7 to 11 million selling range. Oh, now we're talking. And just the game of the year is like on everyone's mind. Like that was one of them. That's what I want. Yeah. It's the most critically accomplished series of all time with the least reflective sales, probably. It's probably one of those crazy ratios where like Mario scores this high and it sells this high. Zelda scores this high or this high and sells this high. Now it's selling this high. But Metroid scores this high with them and sells like here. It's over. It's time to change it. It's going to change.
Right. Yeah. I think you make some great points, Paul. I do think there is a chance Metroid still has multiplayer, only because it's such a it hasn't broken out into the mainstream with wide popularity, and that's just another layer to add in to get more people interested. But real quick before we move on to the next person, Paul, I just want to ask you to chime in and just let your thoughts on those reports that warehouses or stores are being told to like free up a space for May. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think May is looking good, or do you think that's a little?
I did the Paul math on it, where I took like when Nintendo Switch was shown off, and when it was having its January event, and then when the March thing came out, when March 3rd when we got it, and paralleling that with Nintendo Switch 2's announcement and its playable event, and this and this and this, and I came up with several scenarios, and one very popular one was May 15th. I was biased for a couple of reasons. One, my math worked out that was one of the dates that showed up. Another one I think was, I have a big tweet on it, but I had a few, but May 15th was one of them. I always thought no later than June 27th, but the no later than June 27th was also because something that I knew from a developer saying that their game would be coming out no later than the first half of the year. And so since I know about that one developer, I'm like, June 27th is the last possibility, and like June would be logical as the last half of the year. And so no later than June 27th, and then absolutely May 15th was one that popped up. So when I saw Thunderstash come up with this May 15th,
Theory. Yeah.
awesome, put together. I'm like, well, that's one of them. Plus, a little bit biased. I really like, besides the research put in, I like the aesthetic a lot of 05, 15, 25, 1012, 555. It just looked cool because I like it has to mesh well, but then it has to work well with their.
You're trying to get that 99.99 moment. I get it.
You need to.
Paul, I totally see it in the release date announcement at the end of the direct. They give us that date and it says why? Because it looks cool. Like
That's it.
Yeah, I love
If only
it.
Reggie was still here, it would definitely like be zooming in his eyes, just like
They go
very Reggie.
and you could do cool animations with it. Like you could go 5, 5, 5, and then boop, goes 0, boop, goes 1, boop, goes 2, or you could go 0, 1, 2, and then boop, 5, 5, 5. Now for non-North Americans or the European crowd that goes month first, like they're gonna get what? Doesn't look cool for us.
You just have to believe in it.
You got to look at the Western U.S. look, but why? Because it looks cool. Exactly.
I love it. All right. What about you, Eric?
Wait, before Eric starts, I'm sorry, but I have to be out, and it's at that time.
No, it's okay. No.
Like, I lasted the longest here, like 2 hours. Likely
story, pal.
Man,
likely story.
All right, I'm sorry, you guys, but this is where I gotta tap out. But I promise, every time I come here, I'm gonna be lasting a lot longer, like an hour each time. All right, but
go ahead and plug your channel.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right. Oh, HMK. Check it out. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that good jazz. Yo, thank y'all so much for having me again, of course. And I'll see you guys next time. 2 weeks. All right. Later.
Yo, man.
Thanks, man.
All right.
He just saw something shocking before he's right before leaving. I love it. Eric, let's head over to you, man.
Yeah. So I went and read the actual tweet itself, and it said something about the true unveiling will blow everything else in the direct out of the water. Talking about Metroid 4.
Yeah.
So is that going to be the case? I think for Nintendo games, absolutely. If there's for third-party games, that's questionable. But I do think it will be probably one of the most talked about games coming out of the direct if it is there, which I don't know why it wouldn't be. As for the other games that are there, honestly, nothing would surprise me at all. I mean, third parties seem like they're lining up to just dump everything they can onto this thing. So nothing would really surprise me for third party games.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know about that, but.
And I think you made a great point, Eric. I think that maybe not for third-party games. Like people already have an expectation when it comes to Nintendo software that it's going to look amazing. They just do an amazing job with their first-party titles. So I think there might be some people who see an impossible port like Cyberpunk and they're like, "Holy crap! They've got Cyberpunk looking just as good as PS5 running on this thing." So yeah, I'm sure there's going to be other showstoppers. Stashman, what are your thoughts?
So regarding the media market retailer in Poland, I thought this was really interesting. I read through the Reddit article, and someone else chimed in too that's in Poland. And again, is it true? I don't know. I don't see why someone would lie about this. I looked through their account. I didn't see any history of this sort of thing. So it seemed legit to me. But again, I think you can correlate this to one of the old rumors about Micromania in France that we talked about months and months ago, about how PTO time was blocked out for May and no one was allowed to take time off work because they're going to have a new product launch that was going to require all hands on deck in May. This rumor was 6-9 months ago, guys? Long time ago, but when I read this, I'm like, there it is again. So media market retailer in Poland, and I looked them up, by the way. because I like to see what these businesses look like, right? Just from an aesthetic point of view, get an idea. They look legit. The other retailer as well, I looked up, they look legit. It looks like a modern Best Buy, like a more
Mhm.
fancy Best Buy. Yeah, here's a picture here that I pulled up earlier, right there, FNAC. So you guys can see there, like it looks like a fancy Best Buy, right?
Yeah, like a Best Buy meets an Apple store, kind of.
Yeah, like it looks very nice. To be honest, man, I wish they looked like that here. I wish we could have nice things like that here. But I was impressed. I'm like, okay, so this is cool. So that's the retailer that said that they're going to be getting prepared. Like they need to have their store prepared for Switch 2 in May. So again, that came out a couple hours before the podcast. So that was pretty exciting to me. And I think when we line it up again with that old Micromania rumor about no one able to take time off, it's blacked out that whole period of May. No one can take PTO. We all know what that means. We've all worked retail, or even if you're not worked retail and you work corporate setting, there's certain times that you cannot take off because you literally need all hands on deck. This would be one of them. So hyped about that. Regarding the games, Power Wash Simulator 2. Yeah, I saw that. That's cool. I think they have Back to the Future DLC, which is cool.
Yes, they do. Yep.
Because I love Back to the Future, and I think we all do. I hope we all do.
Yeah, I need to make a confession. I've actually never seen Back to the Future, which is really weird for me because you know me, I'm all into the 80s, 90s
What's
stuff.
wrong with you?
Are you messing around?
No, I'm telling the truth.
You
I've seen
feel like-
I've seen clips, but I've never seen it. And it may be my one cult classic blind spot from the
Did he send you like the Blu-ray collection pack or something? What are we doing?
Dude,
Absolutely.
you have to watch these, man. They're amazing.
So good.
Oh, that is crazy to be in your 30s and you haven't seen this. That's cool,
Late
though.
30s. Yeah.
Yeah,
Never
that's
seen
cool.
Star Wars.
Wait, Paul, you haven't seen Star Wars?
No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, what's going on here?
Yeah,
I
you
just
gave-
wanted to top it. No, it's
You made me feel so much better. I'm like, well, can't top that one.
Okay, is everyone here at least seen Goonies?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, we're throwing out things like
You never
I
know.
know.
Wars.
Never know.
I know. That's wild, man. That's wild. Okay, yeah. So Back
There's
to the
calls
Future
to fire
DLC
me in
there.
the chat, by the way.
Yeah, we
Want
need
you
to get
know.
that over.
I will
to
not
you.
be intimidated by you. Go ahead.
Regarding Metroid Prime for being game of the show, again, that's really exciting. And I read the tweet and I'm like, the first thing you think of is like, okay, are they like a huge Metroid fan? That's kind of like the first thing that enters your mind. But obviously, I looked into the person who's done a lot of these interviews, and I don't think it's that. I think this is 100% legit, and that they would not say this lightly. They would not say this unless they had, I think, 100% confidence that it literally is going to blow everything else away. That's very exciting. At the same time, it makes me wonder, does that mean we're going to see like maybe only a teaser of the new 3D Mario? Because if 3D Mario is there like in full trailer form, that would take a lot to really blow that away. So I think that's more of a teaser, which at the same time, that lines up with how Nintendo did things with the original Switch. Odyssey, we didn't even know the name of Mario Odyssey
Mm-hmm.
until we had a direct later on, or I think it was at E3. So I think that makes sense then, and if that's the case. Now, obviously, as far as blowing us away, I do think Metroid is the perfect title to really showcase the Switch 2's power. But not just that. I think it will showcase the tech, because that is the game that you can show the mouse Joy-Cons for.
Mm-hmm.
And you need that. You need that from the first party. You need to show them how these controls can apply to a huge first party game that's not a party game or a gimmicky game. Like, hey, this is how this application legit works with a big title that we're all looking forward to. Meaning, hey, if this can work great for Metroid, it can also work great for Call of Duty. It can also work great for Halo, the Master Chief Collection, which I fully expect to come to Switch 2. This means it can also work great for other games like Civ 7 or the new Sims game. You need to have a game that shows off how the new technology is going to work. But I think this could be even deeper than that. I think this can also show off the jump from Switch 1 to Switch 2 and how the game looks. So not only is it a power piece, not only is it a technical piece with showing off how it's going to work with the new mouse Joy-Cons, but it's also going to illustrate to everybody how clear it is that Switch 2 is that much better. I think that's how you actually propel Metroid Prime 4 into that next stratosphere where Mario and Link are, that we've talked about so many times on this podcast, but that's how you do it. This is a dual launch. It comes out on Switch 1. You take advantage of the 155 million Switch 1 owners, that it's probably going to be right around that number. And you take advantage of the Switch 2 launch hype. Because again, look at all the games, guys, we've looked at over the last 5 weeks. Look at how much, like there's some bangers in there, but there's a lot of shovelware. And those shovelware games make a ton of money because people buy them because they want to buy all the games at launch. Look at Nate. Nate bought all the Wii U games. He's not the only one who does this. But my point is that when a new console comes out, the amount of sales you can get is insane for software. So if you're there on day one, that's why Ubisoft is always there on day one. Always. They're always there to support Nintendo, but they're also there to fill their pockets because they're going to make a ton of money because it's launch games. So you got to take advantage of it. That's what I think about Metroid Prime 4. As far as these other games, guys, Elden Ring, yes, we've talked about it numerous times. I expect a complete edition. It makes way too much sense. Tekken 8, again, hey, look, again, we learned this through the launch history. Tekken launched on Wii U. Do I think it's going to launch on Switch too? I think the odds are pretty good. Dragon Ball, yes. We already know about Yuka Replay, Ruffy and the Riverside, 100%. I expect them to be there on day one. Now, obviously, Ruffy's not going to be there. I don't think the Switch is launching on June 26th, okay? But I think Ruffy will be there when the game launches on Switch too. Madden and FC, yes, 100%. And again, if we look back at the launch history, how many consoles have launched with Madden and FIFA? And FC is obviously now FIFA. So again, I expect all of that. You want to jump into the terminal games? You want to pass that around?
I think you're muted, Gamebird.
I think you're muted.
There
All
we
right.
go. Is he
You got it.
There he is.
You want to
Yeah.
jump into the terminal?
Yeah. So Switch 2 games were spotted on a FNAC employee terminal. And this was Bethesda, games from Bethesda, Electronic Arts, Bandai Namco, Square Enix, Take-Two Interactive, and Warner Bros. Games.
Now, this is an older rumor. And just for everyone to know, to kind of set the stage for chat, like this is an older rumor, but we're bringing it back up again because we are talking about what games we're expecting to come out on Switch 2. And the fact that these games are already in the terminal, there are screenshots in that link that I provided. There's screenshots of the terminal. And it shows 3 games from Bethesda, 4 from EA, 2 from Bandai Namco, 5 from Square Enix, 2 from Take-Two Interactive, and 2 from Warner Brothers Games. So it's like, okay, like that's massive. That's a lot of games that are in a terminal. And not only that, they were in a terminal months ago. So that's the question. Like, what do we think we're going to get, right? Paul, what are your thoughts on all of these devs?
I just had the list, and I think I accidentally minimized it. Hang on a second. I just had it. I don't know where it went.
He is not
hold on.
prepared.
Well,
I got
The
scroll
panic
down.
is setting
we
in.
do we
I see
want
the
we
sweat
can we can
forming
pass it
on his
over.
forehead.
The Bethesda, EA, Bandai Namco.
Yeah.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, Nate never made this video, but that's okay because at the time I told him like, this is behind the scenes. One of these, well, more than one of these, but one of these, I learned of the plan while I was at the Game Awards. I can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
At least one of
I didn't
these,
think
I learned.
I didn't think I could make a video on it. That's why I did.
Yeah, at least one of these, I learned of the plans. Some plans, some talk, something small at the Game Awards. But overall, see, this is something that even like on other podcasts, I don't dive into. When it comes to third-party talk too much, like I just said earlier, I shied away from which titles specifically I could think, but just there will be plenty of third-party titles there because even when I was asked like, what games do you think? I'm like, if I say a game, there might be a little bit of a thought of, I don't know if the game is there, but I know the developer is there. And if I know the developer is there and I say the game,
Right.
that will basically say, this is the developer that I know that's there. So,
Right. So
right
like
now,
for
I guess
example, a game like
like, you know, a
if
game
you
like
said like if you happen to say
You're a professional lip reader over here. Okay.
massive explosion. Yeah.
Yeah. For those listening to the audio version, we're having a visual presentation right now.
Yeah.
Smashing Mario and Koroks together.
Oh, pins.
There we go.
Okay.
basically
Street Fighter
that's
12
what's going to
confirmed.
be there at launch.
Yep.
I like it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
No, you know, at least one of these 6 is the one that I knew of. Basically, just a little inkling of a plan of like, yeah, gonna be there at launch or within that window, and even a couple of other ones you could say, yeah, are amongst the things that loosely heard of, but without specifically outing anything. So stuff is coming.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Stuff's coming. It's gonna be
Primal.
best launch ever, I think.
Let's get your thoughts, Primal. Nintendo Primal, because he's about to
Primal
rage on this topic.
Primal Rage, bring Primal Rage back. I love animals and big animals fighting.
Acclaim's asking everyone on Twitter what to bring back.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what Capcom did, and look, we're getting Okami and Onimusha and tons of cool stuff. So.
I asked for NBA Jam. I said, can you please get the license from EA and bring back NBA Jam? So Demonic Brawler, I'm trying, man.
They could do it.
They can.
All right.
They can.
Primal
If they
Rage.
don't, send Double J, Jeff Jarrett over there and smash a guitar over their head.
Guitar. Yeah.
Oh man. So like I got lots of thoughts on that third party list of games that Paul gave us. I'm kind of in the same boat that I know some things. So I can't really say anything in particular, but I'm really, really, really excited about what third parties have coming to Switch to it. No, I don't know about every dang game coming, but I know about enough that it's like, okay. I know I don't know if they're at launch, so don't ask me. What I do know is a lot of third parties are loving this system. So it's gonna be awesome, and I can't wait. Setting that aside, going with the stuff that's actually rumored out there that I can comment on. All right. Metro Prime Game of Show? No. But do I think it's going to blow people's minds? Absolutely. I think people are going to walk away. I don't want to call it a Breath of the Wild moment, but I think it's going to be very close, where they're going to do something that makes this game appeal to a much broader audience. Now, I do think multiplayer plays a role in that, and I only say that because while Nintendo's gonna have Mario Kart's an entire generation game. It's not just about day one. Whereas the kind of multiplayer Metroid would offer is so different and appeals to such a different crowd. It's like saying they can't have Call of Duty at launch because it is multiplayer. Like, it's a completely different audience that's going to be interested in this kind of stuff. Because look, while we say everyone plays Mario Kart, it didn't reach 50% of the Switch audience. It's less than that. So everybody doesn't actually play Mario Kart. So the kind of people that I think would be really, really super into Metroid Prime 4 have to have it day one are the kind of gamers I think that can wait on Mario Kart or not buy it at all and not worry about it at launch, because it's a forever game. As we've seen with Mario Kart 8, it's been 11 years. We've had a full console Mario Kart. Like, yeah, you don't have to get in on that right away. That's going to be relevant for a long time. There'll probably be DLC. I think Metroid Prime 4 is going to, for certain people, be a Breath of the Wild moment where I don't know if it's open world. I don't know what they're doing. But whatever they're doing will blow people's minds. And I think that's kind of what this guy who is behind this rumor, Kiwi Talks, he is very well known. He's interviewed so many different developers. He has another interview coming out soon. I actually talked to him a bit after I covered him because he reached out to me. Because he was just excited that, you know, he's getting covered and talked to him, because he gets ignored a lot because he's in a different country and people don't always watch his stuff. But he actually legitimately, it's all over his YouTube channel. He's interviewing actual game developers all the time. It's awesome. I don't know how. I didn't even bother to ask him how he got access to everything, because I don't care. I just think it's cool. You know people, and that's how it goes. You get your connections, and it just keeps going from there. So I'm really excited. So I'm sure he's got some direct knowledge that this is badass. I don't know if you've seen it. Don't know. But it's pretty badass. And he's like, don't even worry. When you see Metroid Prime 4, I'm like, okay, stop. Now it's hyping me up privately for Metroid Prime 4. What is going on? So Metroid Prime 4, I think, will be, for some people, a Breath of the Wild. I think it's going to hit that 7 to 11 million sales. I think it's going to be a slightly evergreen for at least a year. I don't know if it's going to be evergreen past a year, but that evergreenness will come from the multiplayer. It's going to do, I don't know if it's going to do Halo. It's going to do something that people are going to be really, really excited about. And that's going to help it have a little bit of legs.
No.
But Game of Show is tough because when you talk about it being the most impressive thing, like we can talk about, oh, it's the visual showcase. I'm like, yeah, but it's still a Switch game. You don't have to buy a Switch 2 to play it. That's the caveat here. No matter how beautiful it looks, you don't have to buy the system to play it. And I know there was a unique situation with Breath of the Wild, and people felt like you had to buy a Switch to play it. Yeah, because they weren't selling Wii U's anymore. You literally had to buy a Switch to play it if you weren't a Wii U owner already. You don't have to do that this time. And Switch is still going to have the biggest install base, and it might still sell even best on Switch because of that install base. So I don't know that. I think for Metroid fans, it's going to blow our minds. And I think for people who don't even have this game on their radar because they don't play Metroid, it's going to get some of those people excited because they're all tuning in to see what Nintendo's got to offer. It's going to be Nintendo's biggest direct of all time. This will be the biggest audience Metroid's ever been in front of.
Man, if we can cross that 10 million threshold, that's going to be such a wild win for the series. Fingers crossed.
I think it's going to be impressive, and it's going to grab a new audience, and it's going to be really cool. It's going to get PC gamers excited with the mouse mode stuff. I think it's going to do I do think it's going to be impressive. But I do feel like this person who has interviewed a bunch of Retro Studios employees, I do feel like there is maybe some bias in that they're so excited for it. They feel like everyone's going to be. Not everyone's into space shooters and crawling and coming to the morph balls.
Well, Metroid can't crawl.
I'm saying even shooting games in general. Not everyone's into that stuff. I do feel like it's probably a launch game. Very clearly, if it's going to be here, it's a launch game. And that's fine. That would explain why we haven't seen it again since last June. Because, hey, they wanted to save the next showing to be for Switch 2, which is what he's kind of indicating. They intentionally were not going to show this game till Switch 2, but we'll see on that. That's one thing. There's all these other games as well. I'm not going to dive into any other games that I expect to be in the show from Nintendo because that's next week. That's our predictions. Well, I'll talk about some of these other games that I like. Power Wash Simulator 2, I think is just obvious. I think a lot of indie games. I don't think there's gonna be a lot necessarily on April 2nd, but there's all the indie games are coming. All of them. They're all gonna be there. But what's interesting is some people that think that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero won't be there because it's got some performance issues on some other platforms. And I just go, that's cool. Those platforms aren't running NVIDIA technology. Yeah, people don't understand that NVIDIA and AMD GPUs don't work the same. They don't function the same. There's a reason that when you go look at benchmarks on PC games, you can see wild differences game to game over AMD or NVIDIA cards doing better. It can be absolutely wild. You can see a 7900 XT beat out a 5090 in certain games, which is just crazy to think about. But that's because the games were more optimized for AMD hardware. It's all about that optimization. So I think that's pretty exciting because that's one that's talked about as being a launch game. Straight up was said in the rumor to be a launch game. Fairly reliable. This Extus person, who's one of the big leakers out of, I think, Spain. He's well known and has gotten a bunch of stuff correct. I don't want to say he's like the Nate the Hate of Spain because I haven't followed enough of his stuff to know if he's that accurate, but he feels very confident in that game being a launch game. That means it's being shown April 2nd. Has to be. And it would be an impressive showing game. And I think third parties in general, there will be some impressive stuff like Elden Ring. I can see Elden Ring being shown here, even if it's not a launch game. Say it comes out a month later. I can see it being shown. And it'll probably be shown right aside Night Rain as the new one that's coming out. I bet there's no way you show the first, but then don't show Night Rain. Right? You got to show both because you got to get people not excited just for the past, but for the future. Then we're not just getting the old one. We're getting the next one. And Night Rain's going to PS4 anyways. So there's no, literally no way that's not going to come to Switch 2 if Elden Ring is coming to Switch 2. And no, Sony owning 10% of the parent company does not mean it's not coming. Literally, Night Rain's going to Xbox. So what are we talking about? What are we doing? They don't have any say over where
people make up rules all the time.
So
like these made up rules.
No, that was a rumor they were going to buy From Software, and then they didn't. They bought 10% of the overall parent company, which gives them absolutely no say in what games are being made and where games are going. Not that 10% is not a lot, but dude, like 10 cents on 10% of Ubisoft forever. You think they got to make decisions over there? Maybe they should have, but they didn't. It's bad, but I'm talking about Tencent making better decisions than Ubisoft. Anyways, looking at some of the other stuff, you can replay the obvious. Again, don't think that's going to be shown on April 2nd, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Could be in the reel. Sometimes they do the highlight reel before the final announcement.
I don't know.
The sizzle reel.
Yeah, there could be a sizzle reel, and yeah, absolutely they can show if so, I think if there's any game there, it's Silk Song, just because of the anticipation. But even then, whatever Nintendo shows on April 2nd, again, we'll talk about this next week. I think is there for a reason to impress. Whatever, because not every game under the sun is going to be. There's going to be third-party game announcements happening after April 2nd, right? Like not everything's good. Literally, like you can go back to the 2017 presentation. Not every game that came to Switch in 2017 was in that presentation. That's just not realistic. I look at some of those Madden FC. Again, I think it's obvious they're coming, and that's all I'm going to say. I just don't know why they wouldn't be there. We've had FIFA and FC the entire Switch generation. Obviously, why would they not continue that? Madden, hey, look, if EA is buying more in, why the hell wouldn't Madden be there and be like the current actual version with all the cross-gen features and everything? I don't know why that wouldn't be. There's no reason it can't be. And then, all that stuff from the France stuff, that's all really cool. And then Donkey Kong. No one's really talked about Donkey Kong yet. So there's been a Donkey Kong rumor. This dates back like years at this point. No one knew when it was coming, but it's just been in the works. Maybe potentially tied to some people on the Mario Odyssey team. Maybe spun off and maybe made it. And look, that Mario Odyssey team, nothing's come from them since the Luigi stuff added to Mario Odyssey. Now, yeah, they're obviously working on 3D Mario, but 8 years ago, I think at this point they could have had a couple games get made, and one of them could have been DK. And DK, obviously, Nintendo's making a much bigger deal out of DK lately with the theme parks and the movies. So there could be something DK happening. The thing about this rumor is that it's not for launch or even possibly even this year. It's just down the line, and so from someone who's a little bit less reliable in Nash Weedle, but Nash Weedle did know about Mario and Luigi last year, knew about Metroid Dread in the past, like exact names and stuff before they were even announced. That's pretty interesting. But they also missed on some Zelda stuff with Tears of the Kingdom, which also Tears of the Kingdom got delayed, and who knows, right? So I'm just going to say that I think that Donkey Kong, because he made it sound like people just aren't going to be disappointed. That's basically the rumors, that when Donkey Kong is shown, people are not going to be disappointed. Okay, well, if it's another side-scrolling Donkey Kong, I kind of feel like people might be a little let down because we would like a 3D Donkey Kong. It's about time that we go back to 3D. So he didn't say that, and maybe there's some really cool things happening with a 2D Donkey Kong that blows our minds. Just like we were all really excited when Country Returns happened and Tropical Freeze. Maybe there's some really cool, big, exciting thing they're doing. I think the original rumor said it's not a country game, which would make sense if it's being developed internal at Nintendo. I mean, not that Retro Studios isn't internal. They fully own them. But, being made at home rather than abroad for Nintendo. But again, I don't think that game's showing on April 2nd, obviously. I think that's just something that maybe September or something like that. So look, I think third parties are coming big, coming hard. I think some of these games like Sparking Zero, if that is a launch game, it's got to be on April 2nd. They got to show it. It's got to be shown. And look, some people don't think it can even run on Switch 2, so that would just be impressive. Just to be like, no, it can run on Switch 2. And I think people are going to be very surprised. So look, these third party rumors, I think are just going to ramp up even more next week. We'll probably have even more of this stuff to talk about next week because the closer we get to the Direct, the more things tend to come out. That's just the way it happens. I'm very curious if we get some things out of Nintendo leaking out. Nintendo runs a pretty tight ship around this stuff. There's a lot at that Switch 2017 presentation we didn't know was going to be shown that didn't leak out. We're still waiting on big leaks from Ubisoft. Everything leaks there.
Yeah.
The fact that nothing's leaked yet from them, like big, kind of tells me, what if this is the one time they're not in that trailer? They're not in the Direct. Because it's like the one time that Shadows is coming, but we don't really want to draw more attention to Shadows, so we're just not gonna put it in the we'll announce it after the Direct. We're not gonna put it in the big show. Our marketing budget for that, we gotta save a little money, maybe. But because I do think Shadows will be obviously on Switch too, but I can see maybe they're like, marketing wise, let's just not worry about it. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very interesting to see how many of these rumors end up true. It always is interesting to find out how many of the game rumors end up true. And they're just ramping up. I mean, just looking at that list of 3 Bethesda, 4 EA, 2 Bandai Namco, which please Bandai Namco just be Elden Ring and Elden Ring Night Rain. Like there's actually a lot of other Bandai Namco games I love, but Take-Two Interactive, Warner Bros. Like, dude, yes to all of this. Absolutely yes to everything. I've been saying this since day one. I want every game on Switch 2. Even games that people think can't be there, like GTA. Hey, it's on Xbox Series S. Let's get it over. I want everything. And does that mean it might be crowded? Does that mean there might be a lot of shit? Sure. But you know what? As long as Nintendo releases the bangers, you guys know we're buying it anyways.
Yeah. I think I wanted to mention, I think a highly likely contender for an EA title year one on Switch 2 is Veilguard. We know that game, failed to meet sales expectations. I think getting it on what's one of the most popular company's new devices would be a smart move. Move those numbers a little bit more.
They can do it because Dragon Quest 12 or Dragon Quest 11 when that came over, they did that really exclusive mode, about the play it in
2D.
Yeah.
Now they can't do that with Veilguard, but it would be cool if they had like an exclusive mode or some exclusive content or something that can maybe revive the reputation of that game and really the audience.
They dropped the ball in that they should have done what they did with Mass Effect, doing a remastered trilogy. It's been so long since the last Dragon Age game. There's a lot of people who have never experienced the first two. They should have done a remastered trilogy bundle like Mass Effect, like the Legendary Edition, and then. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll move to our last topic here. Let's just kind of keep it moving a bit. So this last topic, it's funny that we keep talking about the May 15th or bringing up that. I'm like, man, that would be a really great addition to my topic. So my topic's about Nintendo Switch 2 coming out soon. It's literally the title of the show. Save the best for last. So let me get to where I was here. I think this is the first thing I added to the docket myself here. Yeah. So look, a couple things before we get to like, because we're gonna go a little bit over the May 15th like theory. I'm gonna call it a theory because as you guys if you haven't caught wind, Thunderstash put it all together, and technically you could argue just even more evidence has come out to kind of help support it. So I'll let him dive into that when we get there. But I just want to talk about why, regardless of our theories, that we just know it has to be coming no later than the end of June. And this is besides the fact that Paul Gale just added to that reason by saying, I know a game comes out before the end of June that's there, so it has to come out before the end of... So Paul already gave us like the definitive... Look, I literally know it has to be before the end of June because of one particular game. That being said, Nintendo themselves shipping 383,000 Nintendo Switch 2s to the United States in a 5-day period in January from Vietnam. We know this because the shipping date is public. It goes public 2 months back. So we don't have the shipping data for February, but we will have that at the beginning of next month. So that's kind of how it works. It goes 2 months back. And that's a lot of units. And even if they did not do anything else and just kept shipping 383,000 every month, no increase, they would have 1.9 million ready to be sold day one in May.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even increasing the number coming. That's just maintaining what they did in January. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So obviously, whether it's May, June, or whatever, they are not going to let millions of these sit on a shelf in a warehouse and just lose money storing it until September, like some people think, or till the holiday season. Sure, could they have 6, 7, 10 million banked up by then? Yeah, but you know how much money they're going to lose in storage fees alone? Like, they're just not going to do that. It has to be coming out by the end of June just because Nintendo's acting like it's coming out by the end of June. They are mass producing and mass shipping. We're not just talking about them making them and putting them in a warehouse in China or Japan or Vietnam. No, they're shipping them to the countries they're selling them to. That means they're complete inbox, ready to be sold. And the longer they sit there, the more leaks are going to happen. That's just reality. The more that come in and the more they get transferred, the more someone's going to start snapping those warehouse photos, and it's going to leak out there. Now, is it going to leak out there before April 2nd? No, Nintendo might just show us the box then, and then nothing's really super exciting from those leaks anyways. But the point is that Nintendo would be doing all this mass shipping. That's the number one reason we know it has to be releasing soon. And soon literally means we're in March. So we're talking about the next 2 months. 2 to 3. 3 max at the end of June, right? That is soon. I think that all counts as soon. Not what's the other word? Immediate or
imminent.
Imminent. Yeah. I'm not gonna say imminent because that would be like it's April. Mm-hmm. And it could be April. That would be wild. That would be absolutely wild if it was. Wow. So I'm not gonna use the word imminent, but I'm gonna use the word soon. And soon, but Nintendo, if Nintendo's launch window, they count 9 months. I'm counting 3 months for soon. I think that's fair. So yeah, that's the number one reason. That's irrefutable. You can look it up yourself. This is real data. Nintendo really did ship nearly 400,000 units ready to be sold to the United States in January. It's just a fact. Okay. Now, there are some other facts, but these facts don't necessarily have to be about Switch 2, but they are very interesting because this leads to, is Nintendo really dropping it in May? And May 15th of all days? We talked about some of this stuff sporadically over the course of the show, but we've never actually, in one single topic, put it all together. And so before we get to that, because Stash is going to lead that, you guys have any thoughts on the units? Like, is this a big deal? Or am I just blowing smoke and it, you guys, whatever, it's coming out holiday?
It's a massive deal.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I think you do that when it's launching soon, like you said. I mean, otherwise, you run the risk of devices getting out there, leaked. Someone slips one out.
Any random
Shares it
emails
online.
or someone's trying
Yeah.
to charge me $4,000 to get my hands on it early.
I mean, Nintendo's been through enough already when it comes to leakage regarding the Switch too. Yeah, I think it's a big deal, and I think it speaks volumes for when we may be seeing this in our hands.
Awesome,
That's
Paul.
just me.
Yeah,
Maybe Paul's gonna be quiet here because he's like, "Oh, I know."
I'm on board
Yeah,
with
what was
the
Paul? What was that example you gave us earlier?
about like
There it is again. Yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah.
in the same way that Scrooge McDuck jumps in.
Love it.
I'm on board with the quantity being shipped. You know, for the longest time, I just had a safe guess of 6.5 million ready for launch day worldwide, 22.5 million as the amount that could be produced in the first 12 months worldwide.
Yeah.
I would love to be on the safe side and see that Nintendo's actually got like 8 million plus in mind for day one, and they're looking at like 25 million for year one. But my numbers were safe and I think somewhat realistic. But hey, if you're pumping out almost 400,000, and you know the U.S. market takes up more than a third of the sales, probably
Usually,
initially, that number is probably only going to get more and more plentiful. And
Yeah, I mean,
think
Japan
we're
and
on-
US will have the biggest supplies, I think, of individual countries.
it's going to be a big launch. It'll probably be the biggest opening frame of money spent on a piece of entertainment in the video game world landscape ever.
Yeah. And look, all the analysts are aligned on this. This is going to be the biggest console launch of all time, and it's not even going to be close.
And you know what's awesome? It's a guarantee. You know, like it's a guarantee, or essentially a bona fide hit guarantee. Like if it doesn't win every single metric of every stat being crushed in the first launch 24 hours, week, month, it's still going to be an absolute hit where we haven't had that supreme 100% guarantee confidence of success in a Nintendo device in a while. Like, I knew Nintendo Switch was going to be hot. I was like, this is the hardware, software.
Look, when you're in commercials with John Cena.
I mean, maybe that's why it was a success. You know, people were like, man, that guy with the
now he's heel. He's heel. We can't use him. Cody Rhodes.
You know? But you know, I was like, this is the hardware and software divisions. This is the home console and portable consoles coming together. This is definitely the next big 100+ million selling console for them. And then not too long in, I was like, this thing is going to be a 160 to 210 selling console.
Holy hell!
That was my idea for Nintendo Switch. So it's on the precipice of 160, and you know 210. I've said that. Rewind to many different conversations and Google search 210 and my name and stuff like that. Like I've had that thought for like, I don't know, maybe since early 18, mid 18, because there's just some ways they could do it, but everything has to go right in order for that 210 to hit. But that's a long stretch. But that was always my peak number of like, this is what this system could do. But you know, before the system came out, would I have said 160 to 210? No. This time with Nintendo Switch 2, the confidence is so there that this thing is going to come out of the gate running hard. How long will it last? How big will it be in the end? That I need more time. We all need more time. But the fact that we know a Nintendo system is going to come out that's going to be a hit, that's cool. Even DS, we didn't know. You remember Game Boy Advance was actually outselling DS for a good year.
Game Boy Advance was actually banging for the 4 years that it was on the market by itself, too.
Yeah. DS wasn't outselling GBA. It was the newer system. DS later became the hit. We didn't know for sure it would right away.
Yeah, Nintendo didn't really know either because they were like, hey, this isn't a GBA replacement. Like they were like hedging their bets. Like, hey, we got something else we're working on if this does flop. Kind of like the Virtual Boy situation. Like, hey, we have this, but we have the N64 as well. So like, we're not putting all our
It's a good time to be it's a good time to be any kind of gamer, any kind of fan, but if you're a Nintendo fan, you just got to be smiling right now, thinking, dude, we came off a peak Nintendo, and we thought that we were at the peak of the mountain, but they blew away the clouds at the top, and we're like, dude, we're going even higher, and it's a good feeling.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This is great. So I think we got to get to it. We got to get to this May 15th, because it's just like 2 hours before the show. It's like more stuff comes up.
Yeah.
So what are we doing, Stash, with this May 15th thing? Because there's so much.
Yeah.
Lay it down.
So I'll go ahead and start from the top. And again, I've had to I guess re-explain this when I reply to some people on social media.
Yeah.
But again, this is stuff we've talked about on the podcast. These are conversations we've had really over the last year.
Mm.
And it's a combination of many things, like speculation. Obviously, there's speculation here, but our speculation is always based on logic. So this is all logical stuff. Okay. So I just want to throw that out there, that we're not leakers. We don't know any of this stuff, but this is logic, and logic applies to a large part of life if you really understand it. So with that said, let's dive in. The first thing is talking about the launch date and the timeline. So a lot of people have said that it's too short, that if you have the April 2nd direct and say you start pre-orders then, May 15th, that's too short of a period. So again, let me remind everyone, and this is the first bullet point here, that iPhone 16 was revealed to the world on September 9th. It was in everyone's hands by September 20th. They started pre-orders on the 9th. iPhone 16, let me just remind everybody, in case you haven't bought a phone in a long time, the base model, like for instance, I just bought the Pro Max. Okay, the iPhone 16 Pro Max, the smallest size, 256 gig, is $1,200. Okay. Why I bring that up? Because this is way more expensive than the Switch 2, a new iPhone. Okay. So some people have said, it doesn't give people enough time to get money together. Well, this point negates that. Okay. So revealed on the 9th, pre-orders open. It's in your hands on the 20th. People are dropping, I don't know, $600 to probably $1,500 to buy one. There is no problem with that. And again, we live in an instant gratification society where people want things now, not months later. Okay. If this was 20 years ago, this was Nintendo 20 years ago, I'd be right with some of the people that are saying it's not a long enough period. But that's not how things work anymore in the world. People want things right now. That's how we get all of our entertainment. You look at things like Netflix. People don't want to wait a week for the next episode. They want it all now. That's how it works, though, today. Nobody operates in that fashion anymore.
Disney Plus does.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Daredevil 4. Okay, can I go to the 5th episode now?
Yeah. Very few operate that way anymore. But the point is, the other part of this thing with Apple is that they had record profits in the entire history of the company. That September launch had the highest profits of any month for the company. Apple's been around a long time. They've sold a lot of stuff, made a lot of money. To have record profits means this was a runaway success. In fact, their biggest success ever. So keep that in mind when anyone says it's too short of a wait. It's really not. Okay, it's 6 weeks. And again, as Paul mentioned, it's like right on track with what they did with Switch. And I looked that up too. I went into the time and date calculator website that I always use for work for my other jobs, and yeah, it totally checks out. Like it's the same time frame. I don't think people are grasping that. Okay, next point: Doom the Dark Ages drops on the 15th. Again, the moment that went out on Twitter that it was the 15th, and I saw it was a Thursday, I retweeted it with the emoji eyes, the googly eyes. I'm like, on a Thursday? That's interesting, since Microsoft releases games on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, why on a Thursday?
This year coming on a Thursday.
I've played a lot of big AAA games on Series S and they run great. And we all know about the comparisons between Series S and Switch 2. There is a long history of Doom on Nintendo consoles that I do think either some people forget about or you weren't playing video games at the time, which is okay. That's why there's old people to help bridge the gap. You know what I mean? Like, if we're considered the old people. I mean, we've been doing this since the 80s. But Doom was on Super Nintendo, the red cartridge. Iconic. Absolutely iconic. It was so cool. Doom 64, which is amazing. It's so amazing that it's on current consoles. Like, you can play Doom 64 on PlayStation. I have it physically. It's an amazing game. Doom Eternal on Switch. I looked it up as well. Every major Doom release in Doom's history is currently available on Nintendo Switch, both physically and digitally. I think people forget that, and I think that says a lot. On top of that, again, we've talked about this for many, many months. I do expect Microsoft to be Nintendo's biggest third-party publisher on Switch 2. And this just lends more credence to it. Games like Doom the Dark Ages dropping at launch. Next point is the Switch 2 experience timing. Okay. So again, when these dates got announced, I was looking at them from every angle. I think we all were. Because when major dates like this get announced, you want to try and start to figure out, are there any patterns? Is there anything that I can gain from looking into this? And I remember everyone saying that, okay, now that these dates are out, that totally means that the Switch can't launch until June because the last event is at the end of May, which means there's no way it could. And again, that was something I talked about literally on the podcast that week. And I'm not saying I know, right? I'm using logic, but I called bullshit on it because what's weird is the event runs from April 4th to May 11th, and then it goes on break for 20 days. Okay. Let's apply some logic here. What did we just talk about earlier with the retailer in France? No PTO in May because there's going to be a major product launch. Well, that kind of makes sense if there's 20 days off in May. Why would you take a 20-day break from showing off the Switch 2 and building all that momentum worldwide to not do anything? What are you just taking a 20-day break? I'm not buying that at all. May 31st is when it resumes, and that's in Korea. Korea didn't get the Nintendo Switch 1 until December 2017, 9 months after it released in the US, which means that last event on May 31st has no bearing whatsoever on the Switch 2's release in the United States or in any of the major markets, which that's obviously the US, UK, Japan, Australia. And who am I leaving out? I'm leaving out one. US, Canada, Japan. Canada, I left out.
Canada.
Okay, so it has no bearing whatsoever. So if you look at Nintendo's history, when they say it's a worldwide launch, it's not a worldwide. It just means it's launching in all parts of the world, but not every single market. So again, that's one point there. Next, Lego Mario Kart. Releasing May 15th. I find this one extremely, extremely amusing. I really do, because if you're going into the Switch to launch with the mindset that Mario Kart is going to be the launch title, which again, that's the only game they showed us in the reveal trailer. Okay. There's a lot of meaning, I think, to this. So you only show us Mario Kart. We haven't had a new Mario Kart since the Wii U. Even though we got all the DLC, it's still the same Mario Kart. And why are you segmenting the release? That's a big one for me. Like, why would you have a release only through your own website, lego.com, on May 15th, but everywhere else it's releasing July 1st? Why segment the release? That's a big one, guys. That's a huge red flag if you look at patterns and logic. Huge. Why would you do that? Like in history, has there been any other Lego product that has segmented releases like this? No. This is a big one. I swear, I think people are sleeping on that one. I really do. Next thing that people have brought up about this is that it's going to kill people's wallets. But again, like I said, let's be real about this. Nintendo knows it's going to sell out regardless. It does not matter. People are going to buy it. Lego fans are going to buy it. People that buy all the Lego products. All of their Lego stuff is sold out. It just doesn't matter. They want the Mario Kart presence on that day. That would be my opinion on it. Why would you have it release on May 15th unless it was to line up with Mario Kart as a launch title? And then why fragment it? And again, you're not going to be able to go to the store and pick this up. You have to buy it from lego.com. So there's not going to be like this pressure to buy Lego Mario Kart and buy the Nintendo Switch. Like you're going to have to go to the website to actually buy it. It's not like you're putting all these things in your shopping cart at Target. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure there. And at the same time, if it kills your wallet, I'm pretty sure that's going to make Nintendo happy. And that's why they're in business. They're in business to make money. So that's what I go with there. Nintendo San Fran, again, opening May 15th. In all the comments that I've received on that tweet, I think I probably got the most, I guess you could say, pushback from people that said, I agree with everything else, but not this. And here's the thing. You're launching or you're opening the store on May 15th. There is a ton of strategy that goes into store openings. And unless you've done a store opening, like I've done tons of store openings in my life. I've worked in corporate with the store openings. I've seen behind the scenes how much strategy goes into a new store opening. It's insane how much, and I can only imagine how much strategy goes into it at Nintendo. Okay. This is a big deal. A lot of people are saying like, oh my God, like it's going to be so hard on the staff that day. There's no way they're going to do that. Bro, sorry, but that's not a strategic reason. Nintendo's not going to be like, I want to make sure their day's as cake as possible. Come on. Like this is a new console launch. For anyone who's worked retail on Black Friday, which I have, when I was 18, working at Best Buy on Black Friday, I worked at Circuit City on Black Friday, I think when I was 17. It's crazy. It's really busy. It's madness. And that was back in the day, guys. That was in the early 2000s when Black Friday was peak. Black Friday is not the same as it used to be. But back then it was super peak. It was really fun. And it was absolute madness. A Nintendo Switch 2 launch at the Nintendo San Francisco store will not be that crazy. I guarantee it. There's other things too I didn't even put in the notes, but I ended up putting in the comments is like, there's fire codes. You can only let so many people in at once. A lot of people made comments that I believe have probably never been to a console launch when it opens. So let me drop a little bit of knowledge that goes beyond the tweet in that I've been going to console launch campouts since GameCube. It's very organized. They hand you tickets. Best Buy literally hands you tickets, and they're like special launch tickets. And when I was telling Michaela this earlier because I was reading the comments to her. I'm like, these people don't know what they're talking about. They clearly have never been to a launch. And when you walk in, they'll literally have the consoles there. They'll have them like on a table that you'd put out if you're doing like a catering event. You know, if you like a fold out table, they'll have the consoles there. You grab your console. Then they'll have all the launch games on a table. You pick out which ones you want. Then they'll have the accessories. You pick out what you want. And they say, okay, once you've picked everything, now go up to the register. Radio to security. Okay, let the next round of people in. That's how it works. Like, this isn't pandemonium. I don't know why everyone thinks this is going to be like Jingle All the Way. trying to get a turbo, man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the movies. Like, this is very organized how they do launches. Okay. They only let in so many people at once. You don't think the Nintendo store would do that? Come on, bro. Like, this is the flagship location. Sure, they're going to do it like that. And not only that, but I would almost guarantee they're going to do a soft, unadvertised launch, because when you do a grand opening and you advertise it, I don't care what business you're in, you always do a soft launch. You always do, which means you open the doors, you don't put it on social media or anywhere, and you let people locally that live in San Francisco, they'll know about it. And that's how you train your employees. But again, I was talking to Michaela before. I'm like, babe, people are talking about how crazy it's going to be for the employees. Let me tell you something, babe. Every time we go to the grocery store, I said, who checks us out? We do. We scan all of our own groceries. We scan our own produce. We key in the codes for the produce. It's not that hard to scan a console and scan the launch games and the accessories and say, have a great day. Enjoy your new Switch 2. It's not hard. Okay. I'm just saying, I want to make that crystal clear. This is not a hard job. It's very easy to do. It's exciting. In fact, the energy will probably be infectious. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if they make you work 8 hours, which they probably won't because it's California, and I manage there for Islands Restaurant, nobody works that because you'll go over on labor and they'll have to pay you an extra hour. Okay. You'll work 6 hours probably at the most. You'll work 5 hours and 58 minutes. You can handle it. Okay. It's not that hard. So that's what I say about that. But at the same time, guys, this brings in so much foot traffic. It's free advertising. This is how you do a grand opening. You couldn't line up the dates better. Like, to do a grand opening of a flagship Nintendo store, only the second one, there's that number again, in America to launch the Switch 2, that's a great headline. Nintendo opens its second store to launch Switch 2. It makes too much sense, okay? Again, the console's being shipped. We talked about this briefly, Paul, on the podcast on Friday, Nintopics with Mike Odyssey. I think one thing that gets lost in that whole fact about 383,000 is that, guys, this is as of January 2025, which means those could have been sitting already in a warehouse at the beginning of January, right? Which means it would have shipped right after Christmas if they're sitting there at the beginning of January. How many more are here since then? No one's talking about that. And this is one facility. How many does Nintendo have? Is it 4 or 5? And have they shipped them to other countries? This is just talking about the US. I think we have only a sliver of the information. I think multiple countries, as in the launch countries, probably have Switch 2 units that are sitting in a warehouse right now. And again, you don't ship out almost 400,000 units and let them sit in a warehouse. It costs a lot of money, and it increases the risk of leaks and theft. And as we know, apparently there's already Switch 2s on the black market. Okay? So you don't let them just sit there for months and months. Nintendo is so much smarter than that. We're not giving them enough credit. DK Country, again, opens May 22nd. If the Switch 2 was launching then, I don't think Nintendo wants their fans to have to figure out how the heck they're going to get a Switch 2 and go to the park when it opens. I think that's too many headlines for one day. I think it's great for the following week. I do think it makes a lot of sense for the following week because then you own the headlines again. I'm not saying it can't be May 22nd because I also think that's a good date because it's 2 2s and this is the Switch 2. So yeah, it could be May 22nd as well. But again, we're just talking logic here and how May 15th keeps appearing everywhere. Next is the dates here with May. Okay. Some people have said like Memorial Day weekend, that's only in the US. It's like, yeah, I get it. But again, the most consoles are going to be sold in the US by far. Like if you look at the pie chart and how much video game sales are made up in the US, isn't it like high 60s, guys?
I think so. Something
Yeah,
like that.
I think we talked about it on a recent podcast. It's pretty massive. Okay, so yeah, it matters. It matters a lot, actually. They don't want their console to launch when everyone's going out of town or they're about to spend money to go out of town. They want it in your hands prior to going out of town. They want kids on airplanes. They want adults on airplanes playing Switch 2. So people are like, hey, what is that? What are you playing? Oh, this is the new Switch 2. Again, the day one adopters, you guys all know this, right? Because you've been day one adopters. Everyone contacts you. Steve, what do you think about it? What do you think about the 3DS? Is it legit? What's up with the Wii U? Is this an accessory or is this a console? Everyone always asks the day one adopters, and we always talk about it freely. Meaning like we help sell the console without getting paid. This is what we do. And Nintendo knows that. It makes sense to have you traveling with your Switch 2 on Memorial Day weekend. 100%. Retail sales are down in June and July. I don't think that's a great time to release it. If they release it in June, I can see that. But once we get into like the slog of the summer, that's a horrible time for retail. So again, that's something like nobody's talking about. But if you've worked retail, you know this. And then again, I looked at the May release calendar and it's very, very dry. Like, I know it sounds weird, but I've looked at release calendars for decades. I've always looked at the release calendars because, it's always something to look forward to, right? Like, hey, what games are coming out? I want to make sure I don't miss out on any games. I want to like kind of mentally plan that I'll be spending this money and that I'll need time to play this. And when I looked at May, I'm like, there's like nothing. This is weird. There's Souls Aside on PS5, but that's a PS5 exclusive, so I don't care about that. Like I'm looking at games from like a third party perspective. And obviously we already know first party, there's nothing. There's nothing past March 20th. Obviously there's Pokemon and Metroid, but I think those are also probably coming to Switch 2 in some fashion. So I was just looking, I'm like, this is extremely blank. Like oddly. Like it looks like it's missing a launch lineup, to be perfectly honest. That's what it looked like to me. It looks like it's missing.
Like people are avoiding.
Yeah, like
May.
the plague. Now, to jump into this last point, and I did some research on this already today as soon as that info came out, and it's about the 8BitDo controller. And I will just say that I've been buying 8BitDo products since the Analog NT, which is, Analog's first console and first Nintendo console that they released. And 8BitDo was the one who released the wireless Nintendo controllers. They're amazing, very high quality. I have a lot of respect for this third party accessory maker. Tons of respect. So it was announced today. There was no product image, but available to pre-order is a new controller on Amazon. And it literally says no product image. It's $69.99. I've never seen an 8BitDo price tag that high, ever. The only thing they've had higher than that was an arcade stick, which is not a controller, okay? So, $70 controller. The first thing I thought is I've got to believe that this is like packing some sort of new technology to account for the big price increase. I looked at their current controller. Their current controller is literally called the flagship 8BitDo Ultimate 2 wireless controller. So I'm not calling it the flagship. They call it the flagship. And it is their flagship controller. It's $59.99. This is their best controller. So you're saying you have a new one that's now $10 more? Like you've never went. So you guys know $70 is right there with the Switch Pro controller. It was $74.99 when it came out. You don't release a controller if you're a third-party accessory maker, even if you're one that's as respected as 8BitDo, unless it's packing new technology. Here's the other part that I thought, though, was extremely odd. It says right there what consoles it's compatible for. It lists everything but Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2. They straight up 100% avoid it listing Nintendo at all. Some people might say, well, yeah, Nintendo's not listed, so it's obviously not coming there. Well, it's like, no, you got to think a little bit harder than that, guys. Okay? All of 8BitDo's controllers that they release for modern consoles work on Switch. They work on consoles, PC, and Nintendo Switch. I guarantee you, whatever this controller is for $70 will work on Switch 1 and Switch 2. They're not saying it for a reason. This actually lends more proof to me that this is a controller that's coming to Switch 1 and Switch 2. Why would you release a brand new controller for $70 that's only coming to PlayStation and Xbox, especially with the shape that Xbox is in right now? That makes zero sense.
And remember, we haven't seen this controller either.
Exactly. It says no product image. What's funny is you can literally pre-order it though. The link's live. You can buy it right now.
It includes the C button, and that is why they're not showing it.
I think it is. And that's literally what I have in my notes here. I think it's the C button. Now, we don't know if there's other technology obviously built into the controller. We won't know. We know about the Joy-Con and the mouse feature, but we don't know what's going on with the Pro controller. That's a mystery. All I can surmise is that, yeah, it's going to have a C button, and maybe the HD Rumble's better. Like maybe it's more on par with something that we have with the DualSense, which would obviously make me really happy. But that's my thought there.
Maybe it splits and you could use it as a mouse.
It could. Yeah, like it's very interesting. But I will say, like in all my years of seeing 8BitDo products, whenever they release a new one, I see it immediately. I just do. I see everything immediately on the internet because I've just followed video game news that closely, even when I wasn't doing this and I was working in mortgage or restaurants. I still followed it just as close as I do now. I've never seen 8BitDo announce a new product and say you can pre-order it right now and not show us an image of it. That's weird. That's very unusual for any business to do that, let alone video games. You could be any business in the world. Be like, hey, this new product's for pre-order. I can't show it to you, but you should buy it right now. That makes zero sense, guys. And the fact that it's releasing on May 15th, I think 8BitDo knows about the May 15th deal. The people are talking about it. And that's why they announced it today. They wanted to throw more fuel on the fire, in my opinion. So, with all that said, who would like to start first?
Well, Eric,
that was a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot to take in. Are you a big May 15th believer? Or are you just kind of like,
No, logic's there. It seems solid. I want it as soon as possible, so I'm going with it. I'm rolling with it.
Gamebird? Muted. Yeah.
Best
Stash made a really compelling argument and brought like just a lot of interesting details and elements that really point a strong finger at that specific date. I think May already makes the most amount of sense, specifically because we've got the April 2nd blowout that's coming right up. We've got the hands-on experience, and I think you want to launch the console while momentum and hype is at its peak. You don't want to let that dip. As we get deeper into summer, that's when Sony and Xbox conferences start to happen. That's when we get Summer Games Fest, and now everyone's talking about all the big releases. Nintendo's going to want to be on top of it. Obviously, they have big shoes to fill with Switch, high expectations. They're setting high there's just such a high bar for it. I think peak hype makes the most sense. June the latest. Now, I'm not 100% on May 15th because the thought of just going all in on that date scares me. But that being said, I mean, the week of May 15th, maybe it lands in there, maybe the latest the week after, but I'm like 99% on or even maybe not quite 90% sure that May just feels right. So, and I'd say maybe I'll go 70% with May 15th. But Stash, thanks for putting all that information together, and I think it's a sick theory. I think you made a really strong case for it, and I hope you're right.
I hope so too, for all of us, right?
Yeah,
like this is a group thing.
Yeah, great.
Like we all win.
So obviously I'm a big May 15th believer. I have been for quite some time. Want to make sure we shout out Andres Restart a little bit for that Lego scoop, because he put a lot of legwork into showing that, hey man, like this 15th thing is fucking weird.
Yeah, Nate, can you touch on that?
Yeah, so
I actually glossed over that because I didn't want to talk too long, but yeah.
So some people with the Lego thing, they're kind of like, well, they're launching Lego that day. They can't. They're launching it only on the website, and they're launching it later at retail on July 1st. And okay, fine, that's already a little weird, but Lego does that sometimes. But what they don't do is even on Lego.com launch their partner Lego sets in the middle of the month. They just don't do it. Every single Nintendo Lego set, be it Animal Crossing, Mario, whatever, all of them have launched at the beginning of the month on a weekend. But this one, for some reason, is on Lego.com. By the way, it's launching at retail. When? At the beginning of the month on a weekend in July. Literally, that's what they're doing with this Lego set. Except for some odd reason, on May 15th, you can buy it through their website. Not at retail, not at where you're actually going to be picking up Switch 2s if it's that day. But if you're hardcore into Mario Kart with the new Mario Kart game, maybe you want to be the first people with the Lego set. So that's that. By the way, Andres Restart did a lot of the research on that, and I double check. It all checks out. So what Lego does, their Star Wars sets, it's beginning of the month on the weekend, even for Lego.com.
Nate, you just mentioned Star Wars, which I'm glad you did, because I did want to like add to this, right? Another like just logical point here is that Lego deals with the biggest properties in the world, the biggest IPs. If Star Wars isn't having a segmented release date, if Lord of the Rings isn't, if all the other ones, Harry Potter, if Disney's not, but Nintendo is, again, that's just more reason. Like, why? What makes this so special?
It's almost like they think people will be hyped for Mario Kart that day.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, as much as I am in on the May 15th date, one, I just want people to know this is still just a theory. It is a theory based on a lot of logic, based on interpretation of different events and different things happening. But it could be June. June is also completely viable. There are rumors for June as well. And I think a lot of people are thinking early June because they're thinking, hey, if you're going to do June, you probably want it out before Summer Game Fest, right? So you probably want that first week. You probably want to hit before the third parties are about to announce their next big wave of games and have the Switch 2 logos there, right? So even if it's not May 15th, it could just be like 2 weeks later. It's not the end of the world, if it's 2 weeks later, right? And you know what? Maybe Nintendo doesn't give a shit about Summer Game Fest because Nintendo's going to Nintendo. Maybe it's end of June. Either way, I want to just know that this is just a theory. This is not a fact. We're very passionate about it because we feel like a lot of things point to it. And there is such a thing as like when you want something to happen, you can just find more and more things that line up for it. Like there's people that want it to be the week after because they like the idea of Switch 2 on 2/22/2025. They like that number. They like the 2. I know Rogers Base is one of those people. You can probably find evidence for that too if you want. Maybe the argument, well, you want people waiting in line for DK, but also, no, they'll just sell Switch 2s at the theme park. And then you just kill two birds with one stone. Yeah. Right? You can come up with lots of reasons to think any sort of day. Obviously, for some reason, there does seem to be a lot of things happening on the 15th. For for whatever reason, it could just be that they did market research and a lot of people determined that's a great time to launch a bunch of stuff. I don't know. So I don't want to be like it's for sure happening on the 15th because then, it would look really, really silly in a few weeks, 2 weeks from now, not a few weeks. What am I talking about? 2 weeks from now, Nintendo on April 2nd, it's like, and it's July 5th, which by the way, that's my birthday. So that would be great for me. But no, I do think that this is a situation where I am it's fun to speculate. I think that's the way we have to look at this. Kit from the Kit and Crystal podcast pointed out one aspect of this that he doesn't agree with, and that is the retail side with the store opening. His interpretation is there was no way they would ever launch a new system the same day as they're launching a new store. Now, Kit and Krista did actually work at Nintendo when Nintendo New York was opened. So they're probably basing it on that experience, how they didn't really have a new product launch built around that. They just wanted to launch it on its own. And that can make some sense. And I know some of the people out there have argued, well, they wouldn't do it that day because if they're launching a Switch 2 that day, but it's limited, right? We already know it's limited. You have to pre-sign up. Then people would travel to the store and be disappointed because they'd be turned away. And it's like, it's all about how they market it. Like once we get to April 2nd and the date's known, it could be heavily marketed for that particular store. Do not show up unless you already have the approval on our website to come. They might not be saying that now because, again, the date's not announced yet. Why would they do that right now and start heavily advertising until after the date's announced? So that would be something they could take care of then and really try to emphasize, please do not come to our store that day unless you have a ticket, period. Just like going to the Switch 2 experience. How many people are going to show up at the Switch 2 experience that don't have a ticket? You're not getting in. Just so you're aware, I've been through the rigmarole behind the scenes. You ain't getting in. You're getting turned back. You can hope. Oh, but I'm on the wait list. Yeah, they already picked their wait list, people. You ain't getting in. Someone doesn't show up, they're not going to just slip you in the back door. All right, they're very professional about how they manage this. I would love to think if someone doesn't show up, they can slip me in because I'll be right there. I'll take the risk, but it's just that's not how it works. So, also, I will say the gap in the Switch 2 experience is interesting. For those who don't know, the Seoul place in Korea, they got the Switch 9 months after the fact. I think it's an interesting fact that 2 week gap, even if we set
20 days.
Yeah. Even if we set aside the gap, Nintendo Switch had the Switch experience. That ran all the way to launch. So why the hell wouldn't this run to the weekend right before launch?
Exactly. It's called building momentum. That's like literally what you're doing.
Like for 2 weeks, you just have people hope they don't talk about Switch 2? And then what? Wait till the first week of June? They could. They absolutely could. But I kind of feel like if this is the time frames work out with the same as Switch, and again, we don't really know because Furukawa's different and he's been doing things different. Shadow dropping a Switch that's different. So we don't know. Furukawa could do his own thing, and maybe Furukawa will sit on 10 million units in a warehouse and launch this thing this holiday. Maybe somebody's going to have a 6 month gap and they're going to announce brand new Switch 2 experiences running all summer long. I have no idea, right? Nintendo can do whatever they want. So very clear, we don't know. So I don't put all my eggs in the 15th basket, but I would say I'm probably right now about 65-35. That 15 is the day. There's just a lot of stuff that lines up that day, but that also could be the exact reason why it's not that day. And so I'm keeping that in mind for the 35.
Exactly.
A lot of stuff happening that day. So maybe Nintendo's like, too much other stuff. This doesn't make sense. Let's do it in 2 weeks. Let's do it early June. And you know what? I think I'm cool with that as well. I mean, look, obviously I wanted this thing as soon as possible, just like Eric, just like all of us. We wanted this last year. Like when there was all the rumors about it being revealed in March and being a holiday release, like sick. We already wanted it in our hands. Mm-hmm. And it's good to know for me now. For those who don't know, I have some medical stuff going on. I'll have a surgery later this year. No matter what, Switch 2 will be in my hands for that, for my downtime. And that's going to be fun. Not the surgery part, but the fact that if I'm in the hospital, I can actually play the damn thing. That'll be real nice. Maybe you guys catch me in some Mario Kart matches from the old hospital. Some of you members out there. Or some other stuff. Maybe some Metroid Prime 4 multiplayer matches. Maybe I'm hopping on that COD. If they bring it, we already know the rate. I don't say if they have a contract. That's not even a rumor. Call of Duty's on Switch 2, guys. I don't know if you guys heard.
What?
It's going to be there. Unless you just think they're doing Switch releases the next 10 years and ignoring feature parody. PS6 is out and they're still putting it on the original Switch. Anyway, so that's kind of my thoughts. I want to throw let Paul Gale get some thoughts in because I know he's got to head out soon. So Paul, you got any thoughts on this May 15th theory?
Yeah, circling back to that first thing that I was about to dive too deep into, I like May 15th. One thing doesn't eliminate the other. You know what I mean? You can't just say, oh, it's a store, they wouldn't want to draw attention away. No. You also can't say it's a guarantee that it is this way because of blank. You can't say, oh, they wouldn't do a Mario Kart Lego and at the same time. No. You could say, well, maybe for those that can't get that, can get that. You can't just say, oh, it's too close to a park. You could say, no, it builds up this multi-week in a row long discussion of Nintendo being in the public mindset, which is also very powerful. You can't just say, oh, yeah, but the Nintendo Switch 2 experience is coming out in June in some territories. Therefore, no, because there have always been staggered launches in the past. And even though things are more condensed nowadays, where between Japan and North America and Europe in particular, they're the same day and date or closer. We're not back in the day with N64 in June and in the United States in September, or GameCube in September and North America in November for the GameCube. You know what I mean? In this era, we're a lot closer, and games aren't coming out 7 months apart between this Final Fantasy and this Final Fantasy in Japan and US. But that doesn't mean that every country in the world gets it. You know which country doesn't have Nintendo Switch officially in it at all? India. Got over 1 billion people, and India doesn't have Nintendo Switch officially in that market. So what if Nintendo Switch came out now, the base Nintendo Switch? Nintendo finally decided to attempt, and it was let in, and blah, 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 all the pieces worked. They're like, oh, well, I guess they can't have a Nintendo Direct in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 because it's not in India. Dude, nothing is ever set in stone. The video game industry is always fluctuating. If it was set in stone, it wouldn't be exciting and things wouldn't evolve. You wouldn't get stereoscopic 3D imaging here. You wouldn't have an analog stick here. You wouldn't have a beloved second party to Nintendo being sold back to them and then getting acquired by a competitor to not use them, which is rare, for X amount of years. You wouldn't have one of the longest known developers in gaming, Activision, be purchased up for $70 billion. There's so many things. Never get too complacent with anything in life. And this is just a general rule. Call it the university professor in me. Call it just the video game experienced person who's been around in a while. Don't think just because this doesn't mean this. There are statistical benefits. There are practicalities. There are favorable outcomes that, based off of history, make one thing more likely than the other. But even then, you can't accurately predict everything, or you just can't. You'd be the wealthiest person of everything. If you knew. Even me with my numbers, I'm like, I could see this. I could see this. There was a Nintendo Prime's podcast a few years ago I was on. I was like, man, I could really see Nintendo staggering after they did Metroid Prime 1 remastered. You'd have this many months for 2 remastered, this for 3, and then 4. Dude, that was a couple of years ago. I was way off with how I thought they would stagger. And that's coming from educated experience on knowing how Nintendo works and how I think they could, and being a little bit fortunate to know some more behind the scenes to kind of help me come up with these educated guesses. And I was off, but I've also been right many times too. So, nobody should totally deny that possible. Don't go in full on being disappointed if it's not. If it ends up being June, don't go too on the side of ha ha ha, because that shouldn't be the attitude anyways. Ha ha, you're wrong. But also don't be too disappointed. Oh man, I believed into the YouTubers. Dude, we're all fans. We're all guessing. We're all coming up with well documented reasoning, followed by a lot of passion for why we think, looking at history and trying to add the hype and keep the excitement alive. And right or wrong, it's still fun. Like y'all said, it's just
exactly.
We do it because we love it. But I do like it. I still like it for the aesthetic and
So-
for timing, all of it.
So, Paul, you just listed off a number of things that you can't say. So, I want to ask you, what can you say? Paul, what can you say?
The only thing I could say about Nintendo Switch 2 is that
You
We had to
know,
hire a professional lip reader.
yeah, we really do. We really do. Yeah. Every Paul episode, we got to make sure the
Hold on,
lip reader's ready.
Hold on. I can translate for him. It's
and basically, if you ask again, Eric hit the button. You could.
It was worth a shot.
All I do know is, well, I know a couple of things. One, I gotta go. I feel bad because we have yet to answer the super chats, and I do value and appreciate the folks that did super chat. I did answer you and type out earlier, not knowing I was going to leave at this time, but just I like to keep engaged. So hopefully, Nate, when you get to reading them off, you could give one extra thanks for me later on, and
no problem.
And you can answer for me too, but I did answer in a chat.
I know. Yep.
And I guess I'll plug one thing before I go real quick. I am at Paul Gale Network on X and on YouTube. And if you don't already see Nate's uploads of the daily one-a-day Nintendo Switch 2 Nintendo Direct countdowns, they're also on my channel if you just feel like, hopping over and throwing a like that way too. But they're on Nate's channel, so hope you enjoy them. I did drop a tease earlier. I think it was Boo Mini that asked me this question. Maybe. What am I going to do after the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct? I have something so cool. I came up with it because I was thinking for a while. I'm like, this is part of my life now. I don't know. I was joking with Kim, like, man, who's going to be more sad? The folks that they don't have a calendar or you not making them? I'm like, I don't know if anyone actually likes them. I mean, I think some people like them, but I really like making them. So we came up with an idea, like, got it. As of last night, totally came up with the new countdown series from when Nintendo shows off the release date on April 2nd for the Nintendo Switch 2 will be
All right.
Eric, on it, man.
one video a day every day.
You had one job.
I'm still gonna do it. It's just gonna be new, and a part of it is on how many days. 44 days.
The obvious things. The next countdown would be to release date, right? And then the question is like, what after that? I don't know. There's game release dates.
I'm gonna do countdowns to each
3D
big
Mario
Nintendo game, like 325 days until the next Mario title. Like, woo.
What's the Mario movie date? I'm just throw that out there.
Yeah, but I got something planned.
I will say, Paul, I love your countdowns. I obviously, I'm a Nintendo content creator, so I think about Switch 2 every day, but I wasn't counting down every day. I'd be like, oh man, we're a month away or we're a couple weeks away, but your countdowns pop up on my feed, and I forget what day it was, but your countdown popped up and I watched it, and then I texted my buddy. I'm like, man, can you believe it's this many days till the Switch 2 Direct? But I made that text message to my friend because I just heard your video. So I really appreciate that countdown, and I think it's a fun way to get pumped up.
That's cool. Thanks for sharing that. That's kind of fun to hear. Love that perspective. Like, I was the guy that I knew I would be going to this year's E3, but I was in high school. I went pretty young. I was in my early days of university, so I was still pretty young. And like in every one of my school notebooks, I had a calendar, and I would scratch it off, and it was like, March 4th, because E3 was also back in May back, and I was like, I should be focusing, but I can't wait. Like 63 days left, man. 62 days left on Nintendo. 41 days, and it was just. I've always liked it. I mean, for some people, and I've read the comments. Here I am. I had to say I gotta go, and now I'm just blabbing it on.
It was a lie.
Welcome to the pod, baby.
I like to let a few days go by, so when I think about it for the first time, I forgot, and like 5 days skipped, and some people like the everyday thing, but I think it came up with kind of a fun,
I like it.
a fun little highlight,
I
But
like
the,
it.
the next one's gonna be pretty dope. It's just different, but
I did.
yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, even though I could. I haven't seen it yet. But here's the thing: less than 2 weeks is the next one. Less than 2 weeks.
how many people hit that like button? Because I did send a message earlier. If this gets 300 likes,
223. We're at 223. So
it's not enough to.
There's time.
show the
There's time.
teaser.
There's
all right,
time.
guys. You want to
Stay
see it
positive.
first? Paul Gale will have it up probably in a couple hours. Mine will go up, probably 5-6 hours after that. But yeah.
But okay,
All
you'll
right.
you'll see. Thanks all for having me on. Thanks, chat. Good to see you guys. Gamebird, Eric, Thunderstash,
Yeah.
Nate. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
And,
It's
I might be
always a
popping into the
pleasure.
chat a little bit here and there, but
Oh, it's always a pleasure. Yeah, I know. In bed. I understand. See you later,
Cool.
Paul.
take care.
How are you going, Paul?
Bye bye.
Okay. Bye.
Later.
I hate goodbyes.
I do too.
It's really just the beginning of a new hello for next time. All right.
Hell yeah.
Because he's already on the schedule. He's back on April 2nd. He's here in 2 weeks.
Damn.
Like,
Final Four, baby.
We ain't gonna miss him. We ain't gonna miss him. We have a Final Four, March Madness. Let's go. Here we go. To the Q&A.
To the Q&A.
Rapid fire this bad boy. What do we got here? Lots and lots of super chats coming to you guys. You can still get your questions in. This was for Paul. So you'll be short of in the last 24 hours for every hour. He already responded to this. I have no idea what he said. It's crazy if he committed to it. Paul, I'm not posting the short every 24 hours for you. So if you're gonna do that, I cannot schedule that many shorts out. That'd be crazy. The Mountain Brawler says, "Switch shoe, boys. Hell yeah,
Hell yeah.
dude.
Hell yeah.
What more needs to be said? Just wait till April 2nd. The smiles and the excitement on this show will be palpable. It's gonna be crazy. And then
Smell
and
it.
that's assuming you didn't even watch the live reaction. Because the live reaction is just a modicum. Because after we get to sit on it all day.
It's gonna be so much fun.
I know. I requested work off for the second. Does that make me a bad
You did?
person?
So
No,
you're gonna
Certainly did.
you're gonna live stream in the morning too with us?
If you guys want me to be there, I'll be there.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
you
enough.
should.
I'm gonna have to get up early, bro. Oh, I'm getting up early regardless, but
Yeah, look, you're gonna get up anyway.
I'm getting
Yeah.
up anyways.
I'm getting up at 4. I'll be
Yeah.
up at
You guys
4.
mind if I react in a robe?
I don't care.
No.
Okay, cool.
Dude,
I might
you know
coffee in my
what?
robe.
I'll robe it up with you. I got a Zelda robe.
You got a robe stash? You got a robe, Eric?
I do not.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Dude,
I can
Yeah,
find
see,
one.
the one who doesn't have a robe is the one who doesn't have the wife. See how that works? For some reason, the wife equals robe.
I mean,
I
can go
don't know
find
why
one.
she has a robe. You can find one, yeah. Yeah, but I have a Zelda one. It's pretty bad.
I have my cigar smoking robe.
Oh, there it is.
Ah.
Yeah.
There it is. I have
Actually, you know what? Shit, I
one.
might have a cigar. A
Holy
celebratory
crap.
cigar.
And when do I light it? When do I clip this sumbitch and light it?
I
Is
think
it
I
when
will.
it starts or is it when it ends?
Yeah, I think I will.
Hell yeah. All right. A lot for that one, Super Chat. You guys know we're excited. Hell yeah. Hi.
oh god.
Christian's second account, don't know what happened to the first.
Yep.
This is extremely off topic, but I've never played Diablo before. Never played an AARPG. Is it a good game to get into? Diablo 4 for beginners. Look, any of the Diablo games I think are pretty friendly to beginners. Maybe not Diablo 2 as much, but Diablo 4 definitely. There's tutorials. Yeah, you'll enjoy it. I mean, maybe you'll enjoy it. I don't know if you'll end up getting into that kind of game, but they're all pretty friendly for beginners. So
Yeah.
the gaming industry's gone a long way to make every game nice for beginners, but sometimes quick enough that experts can just plow through the tutorial part and just move on. So yeah, give Diablo 4 a shot if you are interested in trying it. Plus, it's constantly on sale at good prices as well. So, Jorge FT said, "Would you do a Switch 2017 presentation retrospective?" This builds on a question I had the other night. Like, would I do a live stream reaction, like reacting to the original 2017 presentation? I feel like no on the retrospective. We already have a retrospective to go, and we have predictions next week. That's gonna be our two biggest topics next week. Are going to be the predictions and the retrospective. That might be the whole show. We might not even do anything else, just because those are such big topics. That's a 2-hour podcast right there, at least. So because it's just a special one. It's the show before the show, right? So, so everything's focused on the show. That being said, I think this might be an interesting thing if we reacted to it in the pre-show.
So I was thinking too.
That might be cool because I think my plan was to go live at 6, which I think is 2 hours beforehand. I'm not quite sure. I have to double check the times, but I'm pretty sure because I was planning to do it at 6 a.m. Central. I thought that was 2 hours ahead of time, but maybe it's not. I have no idea. Because God, you figured I'd have that time.
It's at 6 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, it's at 6 a.m. Pacific, so that will be 8 a.m. my time. So yeah, so it'll be 2 hours before for me.
God.
So
I might be a little late to that stream, guys.
Fine.
Well, that's
4 a.m. 2
That's
hours
4
early.
a.m. our time,
Yeah, you show up when you show up. Don't worry about it.
right? Game Bird, what
I'll
time
be
is it
there.
for you right now?
Right now it is. I don't have my glasses on. 9:46.
Okay, yeah, we're on the same time zone then.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Yeah.
you show up when you show. Notice that you got to be there at the minute one. No one has to be there minute one, but me.
All right.
But anyways,
Cool.
show up when you show up. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I mean, Eric will be there minute one. He's spending the damn night. So
I'll be
Yeah.
there. I'll be up early. I'm excited.
yeah, it's
Well,
gonna,
Depending on if I have to travel for work.
well, okay.
I'll
Maybe,
talk to you afterwards.
damn it.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, that would be the time we do it. It'd be a great way to kill an hour. Get that reaction to the original presentation, heading into the new one, and heck, we can draw comparisons in our reaction after the fact. So yeah, it'd be kind of cool. I think that's a good time to do it. All right. Demonic Brawler says, was Switch the only Nintendo console that didn't get a version of Madden? What the fuck, EA? The only one?
Yeah, we
Virtual
got
Boy.
one.
Virtual Boy didn't.
Yeah.
If you count that.
Yeah, if you count it.
Yeah, some people don't, but if you do count it, yeah, I think almost everything got Madden.
GBA did. DS did.
Yeah, 3DS did.
Did Game Boy?
Oh, it's a good question. The Game Boy, is there a Game Boy Madden? Or a Game Boy Color Madden?
I mean, obviously Nintendo didn't, but Madden didn't come out until basically 92 on PC first. Or was it 89 on PC, but it didn't hit consoles until John Madden Football was the original, and then the next one was Madden 93. So I'm going off of just memory, but I think that's accurate.
Trying to.
They didn't go to the annual year
Yeah.
until Madden 93.
Madden was on Game Boy. Madden 95 was on Game Boy. Yep. Okay.
There you go.
Cool. There you go. So there you go. Yeah.
That's wild.
Absolutely.
We're gonna
was.
release it on everything except for the most successful Nintendo console.
Yeah, right. Evelyn says, will the next Fable come to Switch 2? I'm of mind everything Microsoft touches
Yes.
is coming to Switch 2.
100.
Yeah, same. Well, especially considering the Switch 2 is an Xbox.
Nah, it's not on the slide yet. It will be when it launches. Demonic Brawler says, will Nintendo turn down Ubisoft for Assassin's Creed Shadows port due to the massive disrespect towards Japan's historical culture? I'm going to go on a limb and say Nintendo doesn't give two flying fucks. If they can make money, they'll make money.
Yeah. I completely agree. And Ubisoft did do a day one patch today
Okay.
in preparation for tomorrow. I started playing it last night.
Yeah.
And the patch, basically, you can no longer go into shrines and destroy stuff and break shelves, and like you would do like in video games. Like you go in and just
in prior
like in Zelda, you go into someone's house and you break a bunch of pots, right?
yeah.
But obviously this has like a lot more significance. And Japan has had problems with stuff like that, especially when tourists are visiting from the United States. Like they specifically said that, their government. So yeah, it goes pretty deep, but they patched that out and you can no longer walk through villages and like basically start fighting people and see blood. They turn the blood off. And there's no blood code like in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
So those are two things that they did. Yeah, it's a story in itself. I'm reviewing the game.
Yeah.
But
If nothing else, I could see where if you guys like, because Nintendo's an international company, so like of course they're gonna let the game there. Maybe they don't release a Japanese version on Switch. That's the only thing it's on Switch too. That might be like the
same.
where they draw the line, but they'll still let it exist in like the US and other countries. But we'll see. I mean, it exists in Japan on the other systems. So, and as much as Japan's pissed off, including their prime minister, they didn't stop it from releasing
Yeah.
because it's not against the law. It's just,
Yeah.
they're very.
I think you expect to see every Assassin's Creed on Switch. I think
probably.
I think Ubisoft's going to want to get them all on there.
I think they need to.
Joey Pitts says, my friend Bob died because I couldn't remember his blood type, but he was strong till the end. He kept saying, be positive. The joke.
Yeah. I laughed when that came through.
Joey Pitts says, he by the way, this is him keeping it like G-rated, guys. He gets pretty hardcore on my live streams of this.
Really?
Oh my God. It gets absolutely wild.
Oh, God.
One time I had to tell him, all right, this is funny. Let's rate it back just a notch a little bit here. We're getting to like dead baby joke territory. We got to rate it back just
God.
Jorge FT. I know you guys weren't too hyped about Wii U third-party ports at launch. What do you think will be different for third-party ports coming to Switch 2? Go Sash. Oh, you got it.
Handheld mode. You can play it on the go. That's why I was like, looking at these games on Wii U, it's like we can probably draw some parallels to what we're going to see on Switch 2. But the difference is no one cared about being able to play it and having the Wii U controller.
Yeah.
The kicker here is playing it on the go, playing Elden Ring on the go, all of these games portably, and they're going to run good. Like we're going to be able to play NBA 2K and it's not going to run at 30 frames per second.
Can't wait.
Badass,
man.
Yeah.
Totally 2K on Switch 2 this year. Totally.
I think there's another element to it, but I think the portability obviously is a huge one. The other one, though, that's way different than the Wii U is due to the power increase and the capabilities of Switch 2, we're going to see third-party titles this new gen that are day-and-date releases and not like obviously in the beginning, we're going to be seeing ports like Elden Ring that are older games, but we're going to be getting throughout the life cycle tons of day-and-date third-party ports. And it's not like, oh, we played this game 2 years ago, which was the vast majority of ports on Wii U.
Yeah, and the ports are kind of gimped. Like even for all they did with that Need for Speed game, 2 less racers. Like they were all a little bit gimped in gameplay ways. I'm not talking just about the visuals. I don't think we're going to see that so much on Switch 2. I think the only game that might, I don't even know if it's getting ported, is Baldur's Gate 3. And the only reason I don't know if it's going to get ported is because Larian Studios wants nothing to do with Baldur's Gate anymore. They're working on their own stuff now.
Yep.
So that had a specific thing in it that they needed to cut for Xbox Series S. So I think that same thing would be cut on Switch 2. But either way, it's gonna be pretty cool. Let's get to IDC Main here. It says thoughts on Street Pass or a similar gimmick. Eric, you want Street Pass?
Yeah. That I do.
Who doesn't?
Yeah,
want a Street Pass. Who? Anyone who's ever had Street Pass, experienced it. Come on.
Yeah, it feels like possibly the biggest missed opportunity with the OG Switch, considering how explosively popular the system is. 150 million units. Whoa, it's like insane. People going to conventions and parties and wherever, taking their Switches to bars and stuff. Like, come on now.
Yeah. Crazy. Justin Richards says, keep up the great work. Love game reviews. This is towards Thunderstash. Hell yeah.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Heck yeah. Thanks for supporting this channel. We all appreciate that. It's always fun to see super chats come in from the other people on the show, live streaming the show, because I like to see them get support too, because we all make this happen. Demonic Brawler, every week, baby, until it happens.
There it is.
NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, bring it back.
Heck yeah.
So for real, you guys saw my Demonic Brawler. Did you see my post on Twitter? I Acclaim asked Francis from Acclaim asked like, "Hey, what should we bring over?" And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go get my NBA Jam shirt on. I'm gonna get it out of the hamper. I put on a dirty shirt. I turned on my NBA Jam arcade. I went on my tiptoes to grab my NBA Jam Super Nintendo cartridge just so I could take a picture with all of the NBA Jam and be like, this is what we want.
Yes.
Make it happen. Please
Now.
call EA. I said, call EA. Get the license for NBA Jam and then call up Mark Turmel. You guys know Mark Turmel
Mhm.
from NBA Jam. Remember his secret
Mhm.
character?
Mhm.
Long red hair?
Mhm.
Call up Mark Turmel, man. He lives and breathes this stuff. At least bring him on as a consultant. At the very least, if he's not doing hands-on work anymore.
Make it happen, please.
Just make it happen.
There's no exclusivity deals with the NBA, so let's just make it happen. Please. All right. Demonic Brawler. Will Nintendo put Eternal Darkness on NSO? Look, if GameCube's there, how could they not?
Yeah.
How could they not?
Yeah.
Please
You just
stop.
gotta hope it's not one of those things where it's like late in the Switch 2 life cycle. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a
It's like
no-brainer.
year 8 of Switch 2.
Yeah.
Thanks. Now it's for Switch 3.
If they don't put it on the NSO, it would be like a real life sanity effect.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of.
No. That's trademarked by Nintendo.
Right?
Demonic Brawler says Dreamcast. Wait, we did that one. Sorry. Wait, no, we did this one. Dreamcast added to Switch 2 NSO day one, but GameCube added mid to late September. I could see that. I could see like, hey, if they're gonna add a new tier, they do Dreamcast right away because Sega's seems to be more than willing to do stuff. And plus I could let them have like Skies of Arcadia was originally on Dreamcast. They can have that first before you bring the GameCube over. Yeah, I can see that. Plus, you know, they like to sell controllers with the consoles. The idea of buying a new Dreamcast controller just, man, that makes me smile.
I know. I'm like, are they gonna put a VMU in there? Like
Yeah,
a non-functional one,
Yeah.
but just one in there for nostalgia? That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
That just has a Dreamcast logo on it or something like that. It'd be really cool.
Something.
I mean, I think it makes so much sense to bring Dreamcast over. We already know Sega's rebooting a bunch of those classic games with new entries. Like, what better way to get people hyped on that by, you know,
bringing back all the old
Crazy
ones.
Taxi and Jet Grind Radio and stuff.
So Plucky69 comes in here trying to will Wave Race and Pilot Wings HD remakes on Switch 2, trying to will it into existence.
Dude, I would be so happy. Like, you have no idea how happy I would be to play those in HD. I love those games so much, man. They're so good. We need it.
Yeah.
The world needs it.
Yeah. It's a gift to the world.
The children need it.
The children need it.
For the children.
Justin Richards. What feature that one of the other major consoles have would you like to see come to Switch 2? His would be quick resume like Series X. Quick resume is a pretty neat feature, actually. Whether or not they would do that on Switch 2, you know, they got to allocate RAM for that. So I'm not so sure if they would, but it would be neat. For me, I was about to say viable digital storefronts, but their storefronts have some problems too. It's just Nintendo's is embarrassing. I wouldn't call the other storefronts embarrassing. They're just, you know, they could be a little better. Even though I'm not, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with something that's just obvious and that should happen. Local voice chat and messaging.
Yeah.
It's so basic, but we don't have it. That's what I'm going with. What about you guys?
I mean, the obvious one is dedicated voice chat. I feel like I'm gonna go for one that I've mentioned in the past in a couple of videos way back. You know, I think like 3 years ago, features I'd like to see in the next Switch. And this isn't one specific to me, something that I personally want per se, but I think Switch 2 would benefit from, and that's some sort of trophy or achievement system.
Thank you.
Yeah, while it's not like I don't chase trophies or achievements in games, I think there's millions of people who love that, and they do. And I think it's a great incentive. Nintendo already makes great fun games, but it's another incentive to keep people in your games longer, experimenting in your worlds longer. And last point, I've known people in my life who've actually opted out of the Switch version of a third-party game because the Sony version has trophies, and they're like, I'd get it on the Switch, but I really like the trophies. And I guarantee you that friend is not alone. There's if he's doing that, and Stash, it sounds like you know people who do that. That means there's a lot of people who do that. So I think it would be a great feature, and I think Nintendo could add a spin on it. When Persona 5 came out, if you platinumed the game, you got a wallpaper for your PS5. Nintendo could make it fun, give some sort of wallpaper or reward or something for completing the trophies. I think it's a cool incentive. But yeah, that's mine.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Great one.
Eric,
what do you got?
Oh, Eric.
Yeah.
We got.
Yeah. Joysticks that don't drift.
Well,
that's a feature.
That is a feature.
To be fair,
stick fix.
Yes. I mean,
there's always that
don't drift as quickly.
Okay, sure. That's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
To be completely honest,
better
Nintendo
joysticks.
Nintendo had a big issue with that one. You didn't hear anywhere near as much with like PlayStation and Xbox and stuff like that. So, yes, joysticks that actually work.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
it's a good one. Put me out of business.
Right. So I had two in mind. So what I will say is that one of my big ones has always been trophy support.
Yep.
There's a whole massive community on PlayStation and on Xbox with achievements that does this. And I really think you miss out on additional sales. I do think that there's very, very large communities of people that will buy a game on PlayStation or Xbox because of that, and they won't buy it on Switch. I think you need to make this happen. I think this would make your third-party developers very happy if you do, and I think it's good to keep them happy, right? I think, though, from a technical standpoint, I'd really love to see the controller operate more like a DualSense. I love the DualSense controller.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing. Great. It changes the game. It really does. Like the things that they've done for it are just really cool, man. I always go back to like Star Wars Dark Forces Remastered. But it's an old game, right? From 95. Night Dive Studios did such an amazing job. And using the DualSense on it, you feel everything. And with the speaker, like you can literally hear the blaster coming through the speaker. And it's just like all of it put together. This is so cool, man. Like I wouldn't want to play this anywhere else. Mm-hmm. It's best on PS5. So I'd like to see something in that area. And hey, hopefully, this 8-bit to a controller, hopefully that's why it's going to cost $10 more because again, there's more tech in it now.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. Demonic Brawler says that he believes Metro Prime 4 will get a Switch 2 version showing off tech upgrades like maybe ray tracing and definitely mouse support. Mouse support for sure. Like there's no way. If it's on Switch 2, they got to support the mouse. And that'd be a great showcase for the mouse.
Excellent.
Ray tracing, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Ray tracing will be possible, but whether or not Nintendo does it or they think that, the resources are better spent elsewhere. We'll see. We'll see. It'd be cool if there's even just a little bit of ray tracing. Mm-hmm. It really does make things feel more atmospheric, and that's a game that is all about the atmosphere. So, yeah. Demar Brawler then says, "What if Switch has a flux capacitor?" Yeah, this is that probably go back to the joke because it's like, hey, it's going 88 miles per hour. Switch 2's from the future. Yeah, why not? Why not?
1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying. And look, it runs out of fuel.
We got Mr. Fusion.
Mr. Fusion. Gamer is over here like, I will know. I will understand next week.
Mhm.
You have to watch these, dude. That is wild.
It is such a great trilogy. Oh my god, so good.
Yeah, like you'll feel good after
I'll
watching. You'll feel
I'll
better.
for sure watch the first one before next week's show.
Well, the first
Um,
so good.
Mhm.
Back to the Future came out like I think 3 weeks after I was born, and it's been like synonymous with me my entire life. Back to the
Yeah.
Future.
It is crazy watching it too, and like the furthest ahead they ever go is 2015, and it's like, hey, I can compare like what they thought 2015 was
Mhm.
going to be like to what it actually
Oh
is.
yeah, that was so much fun too.
All right, so this was already answered by Paul Gale.
Mhm.
What he's going to do for his future plans for the Countdown life. Again, I don't even know what those plans are, so see what happens. This is just me, so you're saying there's a chance. I was just trying to give people a chance to see me drink a beer for the first time in 2 weeks. We did it. We made it. The streak was achieved. Moving on. Don't need to spend any more time on myself. Keithius, he was the one that gave the rest to make it happen. So thank you so much, Keithius. Appreciate
what
the
a
support.
name!
What a name. Keithius G, by the way. He's a real G
So
around.
good.
Travoid came in, was also asking Paul Gale about college grad who majored in English and loves Zelda. How can I turn this passion into a successful career like you did? Now, I don't know. I obviously don't know what Paul told him because it was specifically a Paul question. And I didn't major in English, but I do love Zelda. Turning something, a passion into a successful career, just in general, is a very difficult thing to do. Because the reality is not everyone's going to be successful at doing it. Doesn't mean it's not worth trying, especially if you're passionate about the effort to try. Doing things like YouTube or doing things like even becoming a journalist and stuff in the video game world, it's not for everyone. And it can have a lot of trials and tribulations. But the number one thing is like just do it because you'll love it. And that's all that really matters. Maybe you get successful enough to make it a career. Maybe you don't. But do it because you love it.
Mhm.
That's it. Just do it for the right reason. Don't just do it because I want to be successful because I have this English major and I have this. Or maybe you should be a journalist or you got to love what you're doing. That's the only way it really works in this particular space of video games. If you don't, people will know. And you won't go anywhere. Joe, everyone, please like the stream. We tried, guys. We tried to give you that Paul Gale hint preview. We tried. I don't even know what it is yet. So I would have saw it live for the first time. Karkun didn't get selected for the Switch 2. None of your friends did either. We're all joining the podcast gang here. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. None of us got chosen. Sucks. None of us, I think, got in off the wait list either because we were already said something.
It sucks, but it doesn't. Like, honestly, when I applied for it, I was really more or less like, if I get selected, I have to go.
Right.
Like, for literally for the community, for the channel to talk about it. But if I don't, like, I get to experience this where like I literally get to
More
go
rewarding.
home. I get to open the box and experience it for the first time without testing it. Like, that's something I really appreciate. And with how long, like how spaced out these launches are, I appreciate it even more now because it's like it's been 8 years, man. I kind of want to like play it for the first time on day one and not as a demo. Does that make sense?
Yep. Totally. I remember playing Mario Odyssey at E3 and playing you had 2 levels to choose from, the Desert Kingdom and New Donk City, and I played New Donk City, and I don't know, like I did as much as I could in the time that I had, and it definitely sucked some of the element of surprise and joy from, like you said, opening the box, popping it in, and like, oh my gosh, it's finally here. I finally have the new Mario,
I'm the total opposite. I love getting these little teases and these little things, but that's okay. We all enjoy things in our own way. Switch to experience, Nintendo, please grab me off the wait list. I ain't got to worry about surgery. It's 6 months away. Just grab me off that wait list. Just slap me in there. Slap me in there. Don't make me be that only person who wasn't
Oh,
selected that's sitting outside one of them, hoping that you'll just decide to let me in anyways. Don't make me the beggar on the corner. Come on. I'm not actually going to do that. I'm not going to go in. I'm not going to pay money to beg to get in. I'm good. All right.
Please.
Please, Nintendo. Please. And one thing it does do is because none of us got to go, it keeps all of us on the same page.
Yep.
So that's gonna be cool. And we'll have an episode at some point where we have some of the people come in who got to go and they can tell us what it was like. Because we'll be talking about it anyways. The footage is going to be out there. We're going to see it. We're going to talk about it. Obviously, we're recovering all things. Switch 2 heading into launch, but there is something different between talking about it and being hands-on ourselves. And that's okay. We'll get to talk about the biggest and greatest games as they come out all throughout the Switch 2 generation. It's going to be a lot of fun. Might even have some pseudo topics where, hey, let's give our thoughts. That's a kind of like a group review of this given game. Let's slam it in there and see what happens.
That'd
See
be
if we
fun.
can come to a consensus. Or we all like, Stash thinks this game rocks. I think this game sucks. Gamebird's over there saying, buy it if it's $40. Don't buy it at 70. And Eric's like, I never played it anyways. So I kept my money. Sounds like I won.
Dude, I gotta be honest, man. I'm so excited for April 2nd and that episode, but I'm kind of equally excited for after Switch 2. I mean, so long as we all get our hands on one, at launch. I'm equally excited to have the first podcast after us all getting our hands and just talking about our day one experiences with the console. Like, that's really exciting to me. That's like, it's like a friendship thing. You know what I mean?
So this is an interesting question. I didn't think anyone would ever question this. But Justin Richards comes in with the 20 saying, will the Nintenbyte podcast continue post Switch 2 launch?
No.
Yeah, this is a temporary thing.
It was great. It was a great way it lasted.
Yeah, he just talked about how I can't wait for that first podcast episode after we get it.
Mm-hmm.
He's dreaming. That show's not happening. There is no post Switch 2 launch show. I mean, Stash, this was on your channel.
I know. I was just replying to him to thank him. Yeah. I mean, of course, yeah, it's going to continue. We have a lot of plans. We have a lot of plans internally.
Oh yeah,
amongst us for the podcast, and I think it's just going to transform into something else naturally, like you just mentioned.
Yeah,
all of us playing a game and talking about it and like giving our own kind of like miniature review. I think that's a great idea because there's going to be so much to cover. Like I don't have a team. You guys don't. You don't have a team.
Mm.
This is going to be tough to cover everything. That might be a really good way to cover some stuff.
I don't have a channel. I just watch Nate's videos to see what the latest is.
Pretty much.
But yeah, the podcast will always naturally evolve, guys. But yeah, it's obviously going to be continuing. We plan to be doing this for years and years to come. So what the podcast will be a year from now, who knows? It'll be completely different than it is now because everything to this point's all been about the pre-hype and getting ready. And now once it's here, things evolve, just like my coverage of my channel. It evolves. Stash, 2 years from now, his reviews might evolve and be different than the reviews he was doing now and the way that he does things. Things constantly evolve. So, thank you so much for the $20 over the Stash's channel. No, he really appreciates it. But yeah, this show ain't going anywhere. This show will continue come hell or high water. Not saying let all of us make every week. I have a surgery at some point. I might have to miss if I'm stuck in the hospital. But we're all dedicated to this thing, making it the best it can be. And yeah, a little extra long tonight. Don't get used to this. We have been trying to cut it down, but we kind of realized back during topic 1, we're blowing through this. It's just going to be one of those nights. Speaking of one of those nights, we're still going with the super chats. Karkun comes in, says, by the way, no shade to the previous podcasters. They were all great. Okay. Did we just stop there? Oh, wait, no. I think I get to the shade part. The alchemy is strong with this team. Love your passion in different angles. And that's what's kind of cool is we all have something different. Mm-hmm. We all bring something different, and we all do different things. Eric doesn't even have a YouTube channel. Yep. He's just
hell
here.
Yeah.
He's just here. You got Gamebird with the comedy and the fact that he's never seen Back to the Future. We got Thunderstash, the game reviewer, the deep diver, the one that does it all. And then you have me, the clickbaiter. It all just goes together.
The clickbaiter. That's so
It
funny.
all just goes together. Sometimes refer to me correctly as the masturbator, but that's okay.
Hmm.
We'll stick with the family-friendly term of clickbaiter.
Karkon also said that he's taking the day off to hang out and watch the
Nice.
live react.
Yeah, could be a lot
early in the
going on.
morning and the podcast. So
Yeah, that's a long day. There's a
Cool.
huge gap between those two happening, and then I'll be dropping a video in between. I know, maybe even multiple, because it could be a crazy day. I might not be able to put everything in one video. Because if you guys don't know how I do this, like I live react to the directs and all this stuff, and anything that happened in the direct, I just let the live reaction be that video.
Mm-hmm.
But there's surely going to be post news. There could be even more
gonna be so
third-party
much.
game announcements. There could be a lot of stuff happening that day that, yeah, I got to make a video. So I'll like let it rest for a couple hours. Maybe that's when I take a rest. And then I got to hit the ground again and get another video out. So, yeah, it's going to be wild and fun. I can't wait. Like days like that are exciting days because just me as a gamer, I'm so excited. And like when I'm really excited, it makes making the content even more exciting. Like all the people that think I don't, he's just doing this all for the clicks and the money. It's like, man, dude, I couldn't do this every day if I wasn't smiling, talking about this shit. I fucking love it, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. And like, we're even talking sometimes behind the scenes about stuff. And then next thing you know, that's my next video because, hey, Stash found something while I was sitting there, jerking off somewhere. I don't know what I was doing. And all of a sudden Stash like, hey, did you see this? I'm like, fuck no, I didn't. That's my video today. Thanks. Like, so anyways, it's good to do. I can't wait. This podcast is going places. This crew's going places.
Mm-hmm.
We're already making plans for a potential future party.
Oh yeah,
with the crew.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the crew and the wives getting together, and then there's Eric, the DD. We'll make him the DD. He's good at. He's loves being the DD. He loves watching everyone else.
Chaperone.
that's awesome.
Now he likes to do some stuff too. I've seen him have fun at parties. You can have fun. The problem is he'll be the one kicking all our asses at everything because he'll be the one not drunk. Anyways, wait, don't play darts with Yulia though.
yeah.
Well, you'll be the sober one. We'll be the ones getting hit by the darts.
She throws all of her darts. You go to take them out of the board, and all of a sudden you get
darts.
hit by a dart. You're like, where the hell did you get
She's a
that
little
dart?
wild with darts. It might not hit the board. Might hit the wall behind the board. Anyways, Karka coming in here with saying the floodgates. Oh, it's an exciting time. I might be the busiest of everyone because I cover the news and it's
Yeah, you're gonna be so busy. Like you guys, does everyone understand how nuts it's gonna be on April 2nd? Because literally, like right after is going to be a absolute whirlwind.
all the press releases that have extra information and screenshots.
Yeah.
But what about
discussing
pre-orders?
behind the scenes trailers they got to see?
Pre-orders are probably the same day. So
Yeah,
like
it's gonna be
that
nuts.
2 hours I'm talking about, that 2 hours is me panicking, running around to in-person places, hoping I got a pre-order.
Yeah.
That's what my 2 hours is.
It's gonna be really.
Yeah,
crazy.
I really want to land a pre-order in store because you know how it is when you pre-order online.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get the product for a week after the launch.
You have to, yeah. This is literally why I always go to the store. Like I'm not waiting for multiple days to get it later. Like we've waited long enough. I'm not gonna wait.
Wait a second. I got a question now. I'm sorry. This just came to my mind based off of what we're discussing.
Oh shit.
How the hell is the live stream April 2nd ending? All right, thanks for watching. Bye. And then we all bolt to the store. Like, how are we doing this?
I don't know. You think there's a plan? You guys can all bolt. I'll just keep tripping because here's the thing. For me,
we'll have to grab you one.
Me for in person, what matters the most for me is being able to do midnight. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
There's only one place that does it, and it's GameStop. Well, my GameStop closed. The other GameStop just informed me the mall won't let them do midnights anymore.
So lame.
So the only option I have is two other GameStops that are both an hour drive in opposite directions.
Well, totally worth it.
but it is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, are they going to have any pre-orders left by the time I drive an hour to get there? Like Nintendo, at least do this. Don't say pre-order now. Say pre-order in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Give me time to actually get there and see if it's even possible in that line to even, if there even is a line.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept thinking, I'll talk to Eric after, like which one's the best. I think I know which one's the better one to go for. That'll have the smallest crowd. Because I think one is in a college town. I'm pretty sure that'll have a line. That'll have a line because college is still going on. I think that's
Might be fun though. Might be a party.
that's the thing. People might be grilling out.
Yeah.
And throwing beers back.
Yeah.
Might be like literal tailgating, and might be a great time.
Be like the best one to pick it up at midnight because it literally will just be a party all the way to launch. That'd be a sick live stream too. A live stream.
That would be a really cool live stream.
Party
Yeah.
at the GameStop. That would be sick.
Hell yeah.
Oh, now you're convincing me that I gotta go both ways.
I'm having a lot of thoughts about how I'm going to do this too, because
I'll say, Yulia, you're going that direction. I'm going that direction. We both try our best to get that pre-order, and if we get them both in, that's just a win. That's just a win.
I really want it at midnight. I mean that
It's so hard because like around here, just nothing does midnight launches anymore.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
The other option, guys, I have that would still be for fun for a live stream is Walmart doesn't do pre-orders in store, so anything they have in store, they just sell when they open. So I could camp out overnight at Walmart, which doesn't guarantee me anything unless I'm first in line. Sometimes they only have like 3 units. They're really weird because they sell so many online. They don't always give a lot to the stores. But that would be kind of cool because I think I could show up at Walmart like right when they close, at like 11 or whatever, and then just sit there for 7 hours till they open at 6 a.m. and get it.
Find a way to store yourself in the bathroom.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna find a way to store myself in the store. Not looking to get arrested because then I definitely ain't getting it.
Yeah, just go into one of the storage sheds. You know what I mean? Where they sell all the outdoor stuff and lock it.
Yeah.
There's a great Saved by the Bell episode about that. You remember?
Yeah, I remember
Get
that.
the U2 tickets.
Yeah, get the U2 tickets. I'm like, what won't they check? Well, I'm kind of small-ish. Sometimes they got those giant grills. What if I just go in it and close the lid?
The big green egg.
Yeah, the green egg.
Yeah.
They will never know.
Yeah.
They will
I like
never know.
I like the garden center idea. I say you should just lay down and cover yourself in mulch.
Yeah.
Mulch.
Yeah. You know that late night work of like, God damn it. I'll clean it in the morning.
By the way, I'm totally willing to do this if I don't get an in-person pre-order because I have to get 5 pre-orders anyways. So if I get some online, that's cool. But like, I still wanted the in-person experience. So I will totally camp out at Walmart, hoping, praying that I'm about to walk in and get one at midnight or at 6 a.m. or whatever. I know Best Buy, you can kind of take a crack at it too, although sometimes they pre-order out all their in-store ones. But who knows? Walmart, I know for sure. If you guys don't get pre-orders in, it ain't over. Walmart for sure will have some in person that aren't pre-ordered. Absolutely. It might only be like 3, but they will have some. They always do.
I got lucky with Switch. I got my OG Switch for midnight launch. My buddy went in. I was working, and I really didn't want to try and get it online. I wanted that midnight release. And he's like, hey, I asked the guy at GameStop if I could buy you one. He said if I call you and you give your credit card and you buy it, that we could do it. And I did it over the phone and got it.
You lucky son of a bitch.
I got lucky. Yeah.
I did something kind of similar for that when I worked at Kmart for, what was it, for your dad?
Yeah.
For the Xbox. Because he wanted to get the new Xbox for Eric, and he knew I worked there, so he was talking to me, and I was like, oh, don't worry. I'm working electronics today. I got you, buddy. Don't worry. There'll be one magically missing off the shelf. You got it. Because they literally sold out. Except for the one.
That just happened to trip and fall behind the
whoops.
Yeah.
And it's funny too because the manager walked up to, afterwards and was like, "We thought you were stealing that. We had you on camera. We were getting ready to call the cops, and then here you go. You pull it out and sell it." I'm like, "Well, yeah, of course I did. I wasn't trying to take this home with me. I wasn't trying to like hide it till after work and then I buy it. Although that might have been a smart idea. I'm like, no, it was for my friend. Dad wanted to surprise him, and I'm like, hey, look, I got the inside track here. I'll help you out if I lose my job over it. Whatever. It's just Kmart.
It's not like they lasted that much longer, anyways.
I think they're only open for like another 2 months after that. So,
The old days.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's do it for the show. Let's go around quick. Let people know we got going.
Yeah.
Stash, you want to go here quick?
Oh, yeah. Actually, no. Gamebird, you go first, please.
Okay.
I got to go last.
Yeah,
As
no
always.
worries.
Yeah.
I'm the Game Bird. You all know me. You can find me here on YouTube at Game Bird Classic. I do have a video in the works for my channel. I also have a very special video I'm working on. And hey, it might just be featuring members from this podcast, and it might be related to this podcast. So stay tuned, because that special video is going to drop on April 2nd.
Oh, shit.
We skipped a super chat.
We did.
Yeah, Boo Minis. It was Boo's second super chat.
Her second super chat? Let me look. Yeah, I don't have it on my thing. Let me see what it was. Boo Mini's second super chat. Okay. Boo Mini.
I got it. I found it.
You found it? Okay.
Yeah. How long do we think the direct will be?
Oh,
Good question.
I think
15 minutes.
at least I think lowest is a half hour. I think safe bet's 40, because that's what their big general directs are usually around 40. If they want to go crazy, an hour.
That's kind of what I was feeling.
I would love an hour. An hour would be. I mean, the longer the better.
Yeah, the longer the better.
Look, thing ain't releasing April 2nd, so the longer the better.
All that we know of.
Yeah. No, Nintendo, don't do this to me. Because you announced that it's available right now after the we might not even end the stream.
Immediately
We
buy.
might not even end the stream.
Yeah.
There ain't time to click.
Yeah, right.
There ain't time to click. I'm out the fucking door.
Yeah, right.
I'm immediately like, what retailer do you think no one was waiting at? Which one?
Right.
Which one? What's the most obscure one we can think of? Because that's what we're heading to right now.
Right.
I'm hoping for an hour.
Me too.
I mean, obviously, I know we're all hoping for an hour, but I think it will be. I'd like to see it between 50 and 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
guessing 50. They're going to be showing a ton of games. They have to explain Switch 2. How is this different? So I think
They're going to be showing online stuff. They've shown a lot of stuff.
Yep. Mouse mode, demonstrating mouse mode.
So yeah, I think 30 minutes minimum, but I'm thinking more like 40 to 50. It's probably what it's more realistic at. But I'll take an hour. I'll take 2 hours.
Do you remember?
Just
So
don't
how long was the Switch 1 reveal?
the
Well, they did that commercial first. That
yeah
big
yeah no
commercial.
I think it means the 2017 January event.
The January
That
2017.
was also in person, so like it wasn't. This is gonna be much more compact, I think, because it's not in front of a live audience.
Yeah, I'm trying to like kind of compare, because it's like, okay, if that was that long and they had to introduce the Switch, like literally the whole mechanic, then how long could we expect the Switch 2 to be, given the fact that they don't need to show us what the Nintendo Switch is and how it works, right?
It
it's
looked
an
like
iterative
it was
console.
about an hour.
So I'm seeing too, like Nintendo removed it, obviously, from their website.
Yeah, 3 uploads, but yeah, it looks like about an hour.
Okay.
That's why I'm thinking like 40 minutes, condense it, no crowd reactions.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. They had Reggie on stage, baby. They flew him out to, like, they don't fly him out to Japan anyways, but at least they used to. Obviously, I don't think they're still flying him out unless, I don't know, they want to give us a surprise.
Yeah.
They want to give us a surprise, and the Reginator's somehow in it. Watch, he just comes on and like,
Dude,
Is
that would be the hypest moment ever.
Oh, dude.
just not
Yeah.
you see the Switch 2 logo, it's bouncing around, and all of a sudden, here's Reggie being like, and now the Switch 2 directly to you. I'm like, no!
Or they do but before we go, we have one more thing. And then it cuts and you hear footsteps coming. And it's Reggie to do Earthbound, new Earthbound.
Reggie? Yeah. That's what he's wearing the Earthbound pin, and he says nothing. He just smiles as the camera slowly zooms in on his Earthbound pin, and then fades to black, and boom, new Earthbound now in development.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
For some reason, they used Reggie to market it. Just because the legendary staff.
Because
He could walk in and go, "My body is ready."
All right, Eric.
Yeah.
Where can people find you?
Right here.
Hell yeah, every Wednesday. Stash wants to go last, so I'll go. Hey, I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I cover all the news, all the latest stuff at Nintendo, or at least as much of it as I reasonably can. Maybe someday we cover literally everything. I don't know, but I'll need a team for that. That being said, you can find the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. I promise the audio version of this one will be up the day after the show like I planned to.
And I think we
I'm
are
getting a little lazy with it lately because I've been dealing with medical stuff. But now that that's a little bit behind me, it will be back on track. And we're a little bit behind on the clips, but I did that intentionally because you've been a little bit behind on getting to them. So I figured, you know, you might not get to it till the weekend. Give me a few
I'll
to
try
get
to
out
get
till then.
yeah, I'll get it to
So
yeah.
That's totally fine. We're all caught up on the clips, basically,
Yeah.
like up to last week's episode.
They're all uploaded, ready to go.
Yeah.
Just gotta get sent
Yeah,
live.
yeah. I'm just sending them live,
Yep.
kind of random right now until we. Anyways, point
Very
is,
good.
you guys, the show is kicking ass
Also, shout out to our audio listeners because we're top 10 in Nintendo podcasts
on
audio.
Apple.
Yeah.
On Apple in particular, we are top 10. We are number 7
for Nintendo podcasts. Hell yeah.
We're number 7. We're climbing. We're gonna be number 1 pretty soon. Coming for you. Your Nintendo
number 1?
podcast. Your Nintendo podcast is number 1.
Nintendo.
We're gonna take you down.
Please.
Get out of here.
Please. Get out of here, dude.
April 2nd's episode. Get out of here. We're gonna be number 1. Everyone knows you come to this podcast for Switch 2. Everyone knows. If they don't, they're gonna find out.
Mhm.
All right, Stash.
Yeah. So, what am I working on? Assassin's Creed Shadows review. And again, I'm going to preface that review that this is all about the game, the gameplay, nothing else. No politics, no BS. We're just talking video games here. Old school attitude with video games, right? We're just reviewing a game. So it should be fun. I already started it. Started it yesterday. I got my code at 10 a.m. It took 6 hours for the game to download. So that was very annoying. But so far, so good. And then I got the first Berserker Kazan. I should be getting a code for that shortly here. And I enjoyed the heck out of that demo. That was so much fun.
That was so good.
Right? Yeah,
One
I'm
of
really
the
excited.
best non-From Software Souls-likes I've played, period.
I agree wholeheartedly. I love the combat. Like, I like that it's like fast. Like, it's faster than, swinging a blade in Elden Ring. So it feels good. I did want to show you guys that I did pick this up. It came in the mail. Came in the mail today. And this might be worth getting graded.
Mhm.
There it is. Heathcliff.
Yes.
Factory sealed!
Yeah,
got
factory
it.
sealed.
He
Dude,
got
build the shrine. The Heathcliff shrine, please.
Heathcliff, the fast and the furriest.
Nice.
I
Love
love it.
Yeah, like when I got the mail today, I felt a package that felt like a video game. Obviously, we know what that feels like, and I'm like,
Mhm.
what did I get?
You're
What is
welcome,
this?
by the way.
Yeah, and I opened it.
You didn't even remember you ordered Heathcliff.
I'm like, oh shit, that's right, it's Heathcliff.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, super sick. So
that
that's
was
it.
fast.
I just
All
wanted
right,
to show you guys.
All right, that's gonna
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
for the Nintenbyte Podcast. We'll catch you same time next week.
Who do we have next week?
Rogers Base.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
that'd be fun.
It's gonna be real fun for the prediction show. It's gonna be great.
No burping when I'm talking.
Make
Is that
sure
what Rogers Base does?
I will not
No.
mute the
Oh.
burp.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Nate did it.
Oh,
Nate
I
did
did it when
Rogers.
Stash was going on some like impassioned, like
Or no,
personal
yeah, no,
story.
yeah.
And we hit the streak and I
Yeah.
chugged the beer. I didn't mute my mic. I burped as loud as possible.
Yeah.
And for a
So
moment,
rude.
Rogers Base got a little annoyed. He played it off and it ended up being cool at the end, but he just
Yeah.
because it came out of nowhere because he had never been on my show when I've hit the streak.
Yeah.
He's been on my show many times, but never when I've hit the streak. So he didn't know that was coming. It just caught him so off. He didn't care that I was drinking the beers. Oh, he's chugging a beer quick, whatever. Didn't
It was the interruption.
that I was
It
gonna
was
just
the disregard for what he was
I
saying.
just kept talking like I didn't even do it.
Didn't even phase him.
Kept going. 'Cause he's been on enough shows. He knows it's coming. It's whatever. You move on with your day. But Roger Bates could not let it go for like 5 minutes. It was great. And he's like, I'm never coming on again. And here he's coming back on. He obviously he's not mad about it. Guys. He's just caught him. It won't catch him as off guard again. See, what has to happen is I have to just do it randomly. I have to chug the beer, then not burp and hold it.
I think you're testing the waters, man.
Make him wait for the burp.
I feel like you're testing the waters. You're like, how far can I push Roger's base before he
never wants to come on again?
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's the show. We'll catch you next week.
Later.